I do not want to scare anyone. I've been told the last couple of times.
You didn't scare me this time.
And I scare the choopies out of people when I pop in. So I need to medicate. Oh, Cat. Okay, so Cat, are you first, my lady? Let me take a look here. Hi, I love everybody. Pixie got scared. Do you see her screams? Ah! Joe.
Yeah, I'm seeing. I lost the window for a minute, so yeah, Pixie's just being sarcastic. I know.
No.
Yeah, I'm learning your
That
people's
sounds unlike.
sarcasm.
It sounds unlike her. She's so non-sarcastic.
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, so Mamacita is good. Okay, I'm taking my meds. Then it looks like I see something in PayPal, I think, from Kitty Cat. I think the was her being sarcastic cat about like me saying, "Don't be scared." So she went, ah, muckery. She's a mucker motherfucker. Okay, do I have an ice pack? I need my ice pack. Okay, this can go over here probably. Okay, come here, medications. Oh, well, yay. Also, I know um, I have had not the greatest last couple of weeks in terms of being in tip-top shape of health and so I know I only sent you one text, but I would love to know someday before Christmas at some point when Krista might be available. I should take medicine and stuff. Cat, can you not hear? Can Cat not hear me?
I'm hearing you. I don't know if.
Um. Okay. So we're having some. It sounds like tech trouble. I need to look at the. So what I said about Krista. Hi, Caddy. I'm sorry. I was talking to you this whole time. I thought you could hear me, so I'm really sorry. Um. Uh. I don't know how long the lag is. I wonder how long the lag is. Is it really long? I'm gonna go peek and see. One. One. Okay, so there's about a 7-second lag. Okay. Okay, I'll turn mine off now so that's not. Yes. Yeah. And I'm sure it's going to be like daytime, right? When, well, actually, probably kids are now officially out of school, right? But still, they'll have time where they're otherwise occupied around the house and stuff, I assume. So I'm trying to figure out how to best center. I know my angels are right here because they've been with me the last couple of days, big time. But I'm trying to figure out how to get centered real quick here. What do I need? What do I need, guys? Okay. Okay. So, Joe, if you're available to talk, I'm going to go grab a stone or two because they're going to help me. Guys, I am really connected, but I may seem weird, like a weirdo. Like I've had all those seizures lately, and because of my health, my teeth were already sort of in a precarious situation because of the mast cell, and then when the seizures increased, there's been a couple times I've basically curbed myself like against desks, walls, and things, and knocked whole teeth out. So yesterday I went in and he was going to do a couple different things, but he did a wisdom tooth, and it had already been like broken and injured and bruised, and then because of that it, it wasn't in great shape. And first of all, when they remove a lot of extra bone, I guess that's not great anyway. And then I got 2 hairline fractures in my jaw in 2 different locations. It's not broken like in complete 2, but the hairline fracture goes clean through on one of them. And so my pain has been, I don't know. How would you rate my pain, Joe? Extreme.
Extremely high, yes.
Um, so I haven't been to work, but thank goodness, angels don't abandon me when this stuff goes on. Okay, yes, no, I want this one, please. And I would like yeah, or this one. Okay, this one. Yes. Okay. Anything else? This one over here too. Okay. A wand, like the amethyst, or this one. The wand. Okay. Interesting. I'm a wizard now. I'm a wizard now, Mama.
Just like Harry.
That's right. Okay, let's put these here. Just so I have them close by. I've got an ice pack. They say this ring. They say this ring. And they say Okay, so I'm located. I have a notebook because I may scry in lieu of something else. Make sure my pen is good. Okay. Okay. I'm sorry, pick. Yeah, during treatment. Sorry, I'm going back and seeing these things now that I am focused. Um, Pixies, the back of your neck cold is um I always forget the giant bone, right, at the base of your neck. They're saying they think that it's a little colder to the touch there than it is somewhere else. If that is true, then they're saying put a scarf there, put a sweater on over that area. How are they liking it? Okay, I'm gonna turn on the camera even though I look like a prize fighter or something. Look at that. Not. Look at that. Oh my god, Joe, look.
I see. One, one half of your face is
The moon.
nice. Nice ears, by the way.
Thank you. Meow. How are they liking the amitriptyline? Amitriptyline. Yeah, I am. I'm a prize fighter, all right here. I mean, he's like honestly, that dentist is amazing. He's a dental surgeon. He's amazing. He's been in the game a long time. So this caught me off guard because I've walked out of there from other like just wisdom teeth, barely numbed, and felt amazing. But because there were a series of mishaps, I got like fractures. I know there's one up somewhere around, of course, where the joint articulates, and then there's one down on this side. I didn't want to know which is the one that's more severe, because if I found out it was the one by the joint, I would get all paranoid about that particular thing for whatever reason. I don't know why I pick what I pick to get paranoid about, but whatever. Let's see here. No, I saw cat. I saw that your thing came in, but I'm looking just to see if there was a note or a question or something. And I haven't been able to work because, well, you have to be able to speak nonstop. Like, it's one of those phone jobs where you don't even get to hit the button to say, like, I'm ready for the next call, right? It just like it rolls in and the next person's speaking. And you're reading this legal document. And then, between seizures and this. But so I thought, okay, we're good enough that we can stream. I'm almost ready here, Miss Cat. Do you know, let me see here. I was just about to text you, Miss Claudia. I was going to text the wolf too, but I think she just, nope. Okay. Let me catch up. Hi, Claudia. She's 9. Oh, man. I mean, I know my migraine started then, but the thing is, I didn't know it, right? And so at least I hurt, but I didn't know why. Like, um, and that sort of helped, sort of not knowing. I didn't overthink it. Just started today. It made your boobs huge. I'm in like a boob job for migraine meds. Woohoo, honey. And then, oh, Amanda, oh, that's what it was. Um, I asked you on your TikTok today how tall you are because and then I talked to Joe about it too, just based on how you look in relation to like things behind you, even like in your other videos, I thought you were 5'7" and above. Did you agree, Joe?
Yeah, yeah. She looks a lot taller than
Yeah,
what did she say? 5'3" or
5'4", and
5'4"?
I was like, that can't be possible. Like you look like a statuesque, I guess is the way to put it, right? Like tall and like long legs and long, and so I was like, wait, what? Like, do you live in a hobbit house? Is that why you're little?
Is she really from the Shire?
See, okay, Kat thought you were taller too. Are you sure you're 5'4", or were you like teasing me? Oh, Google wants me to celebrate my year with Google One right now. It's like, no thanks. No thanks, Google One. Okay, so Miss Cat, I want to be able to. You think you're 5'4"? Yeah. See, Miss Claudia, I was pretty short. I kept growing. I mean, I had addiction problems and stuff by the time I was 14. But then when I got sober, I grew like 4 inches between the ages of like 19 and 22. Or I would have been like just right at 5 foot forever. Um, in the heart monitor on in the office or at home? Was it like a home checks? And then Miss Cat, you were 5 feet in high school. Yeah, my child who has a birthday on Saturday, um, and who is in early to mid grade school, elementary school, is taller than I was my sophomore year in high school. We figured that out. Um, oh, okay, one of those. Okay, so okay, before I'm sorry, I'm just wanting to talk to everybody, but Miss Cat, do you know what your question field is, or do you know a deck you would like me to use so I can just start shuffling while we socialize a couple of decks for you? Five feet 5 inches. I don't understand. Are you saying general? Okay. Are you saying you shrank, or am I misreading that, Miss Claudia? Okay, so Miss Cat. Okay, let me flip that. I'm gonna let them tell me. 3. Oh, let me mute, y'all. Okay, sorry. So, tap the screen, share out the live. Well, that's why you're doing so well there, sis. Okay, so Kat, just for a jumping off point, they nominated 4 decks. So if you're drawn to one, let me know. If you don't care, we'll figure it out. But so either like the Wandering Star, right, which is these. Well, I need to line it up better. It's the back, okay. The Good Karma, which is these guys, right? The oh, I always get confused between the inner child and the heart, playful heart. I should remember because it has hearts in the back. Playful heart. And then their other choice is one that just doesn't get picked very often, which is the Mother. The Mother Tarot. Oh, there we go. The Mother Tarot deck. Okay, guys. Oh, my nails are looking sharp. Think about that. Sorry, y'all. I saw the video, like signs of the video go up, but I just hadn't had a chance to go over there to see her Christmas concert yet. But that's exciting. But she loved that. She loves to sing and move. What did they sing for her class, for kindergarten, or her kindergarten class? What is this? Oh, it's a fidget spinner. But I was like, why are there brass knuckles on my table? This fidget spinner of a child. You have a preference. I heard that. What's the second one? Hello, Moto.
My phone rebooted. Sorry.
It's okay. It's funny. Okay. They want the Good Karma, which I think is interesting. So I'm going to start shuffling that one first. Not that I don't think you deserve good karma, but they're really, I don't know, they're really like sort of gentle, dainty, kind cards. And I always think, why do you guys think I use a tool like that? I don't know who Midnight Baker is. Hold on. Hi, Wolf. I don't know who Midnight Baker is, but that's fine. It's a public stream. Do you guys know Midnight Baker?
No.
And does it mean stoner or Christmas song shorter version? One of the 2 EMT finals. The other is Monday. crisscross will make you. Let's start. And guides, I'm shuffling these. We're chatting, right? So right now, just generally speaking, I'm sure there'll be a lot of different energy, but I'm shuffling these for Miss Cat to have a general here. At least start off with these. Is she somebody that like I know a different name for her, Miss Claudia? Or him? Is it a him? I don't even know. Her. Okay. I mean, it sounds like a stoner, which of course I'm always like, yeah. If you are a stoner and you're into baked goods, I just won't even. um, your pink village is amazing. Please protect. I know you guys heard me while we just chill. I wound up at the dentist the other day wearing an all pink coat. I had switched backpacks that hold my medicine to this. Like, I mean, look, it's got kitty ears and it's quilted. I mean, this is the girliest things get. And then I had pulled from our new mask bin a pink mask, and the lady was like, "You like pink?" And it was like, I mean, I guess so. For the first time in my like life. Yeah, I don't know, Wolfie, if you're listening because you're texting me, but like, of course, anyone's welcome. Pink unicorn. So yeah, everything pink. My small side, SMOL, right? Is growing, which is funny. It's my small side is getting fat. Hi, Midnight Baker. It's nice to meet you too. Nice to meet Gronin Gray Wolf for Meet Your Channel. Just happened to see you live. Actual baking. I wasn't sure. I thought, it could be either or. It could be both. Either way, everyone here. Uh, First of all, like this is a room of just creatives. Of like everybody has their own like passion. So if baking's yours, like oh my gosh, you just are going to make us more well-rounded. And I apologize that you came on a night where I look like I got hit by a car. I never look good. I'm not one of those people that looks cute on the YouTubes, but I don't usually look like a prize fighter that lost a lot. But we're really glad you're here. Right now we're just sort of chatting and catching up. But yeah, Pixie makes so many cool like crafts. Some are repurposed, some are made from scratch. So many like ornaments and decor and cocoa bombs and I mean just funny everything, And then Miss Claudia does well, how would you phrase it? I sort of think it looks like stained glass art, like paper art on paper to me, Miss Claudia. I don't know how you classify it, right? And Miss Cat does like actual, like it works with glass, like has and stones, right? And it's sort of like almost like an assemblage situation, but it's not glass blowing. What I don't know how you would call it, glass assemblage, right? And then Miss Amanda is like a cleaning guru.
Goddess.
Yeah, cleaning goddess, right? And now, I think it's safe to say part-time TikTok hostess, Mosaic Glass, watercolors and gel ink. See, I'm getting my party line in order here. Joe writes well and a lot. He also secretly makes hilarious hilarious videos that he should post because some of them have viral potential. But I don't know if that ever happens. Like, I'll be the one that did it, and then I'll have to go into the witness protection program to hide from him because I did it. And so then, Miss Baker, what are your favorite things to bake? Are you sweets? Are you bread?
Pastries.
Oh yeah, pastries.
I mean, the idea of getting freshly baked stuff after midnight, that's just
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah, right? Yum. I just had a flash of like I think it's a movie. It is a movie. Ooh, sweets. I've always liked people always seem to come down one side or the other. Like, I love to cook, but baking or I love to bake, but cooking and I love to bake, but I'm not like an artist like you likely are with it, right? Um I have no visual artistry skills whatsoever, but I enjoy baking and the stuff tastes pretty okay. It just doesn't look so good. I make the kind of birthday cakes for children that make them go, "It's my cake." Oh, it's my cake.
That isn't true. You made me a really awesome birthday cake.
I made you thought it was awesome because it was ridiculous and it was your type of ridiculous. Not because it has artistry like this nice lady here. Oh, a roast. Yum. What did you have with it? Okay, so this is for Miss Cat. They're telling me I've finally almost like activated this particular deck. And now they're saying, what are you guys saying? Okay. So you'll have good karma and a playful heart tonight. Just like food. Peas and onions and carrots. And is that rice? An emoji. Potatoes and onions and carrots. And potatoes and onions. Is that rice?
I'm not sure.
It's a little bowl. Playful heart, Carol. I know, Baker, that I saw you in another room quite often a while back, but it was at a phase where I was already getting pretty quiet in that space. I think everybody here, actually, I think we all met in that space. Rice. Ooh, yum. Did you do the whole like mushroom soup or cream of chicken soup with the rice? Is it that thing? Oh, because that either way, it all sounds good. For Thanksgiving, we did a beer butt chicken, except for not beer. We did apple juice butt chicken. Dry onion soup. Ooh, yeah, like that always makes it yummy. Chicken thighs and rice. Oh, what's this? How did you flip? Are you important for a cat? Okay, we'll leave that out. Didn't remove skin. My rice was too greasy to eat. Now what's happening with this one too? Interesting. These like I held them and they just went bloop. That's awesome. That Wolf taught you how to make a roast. Was it delicious? So Miss Cat, the ones that like literally just like levitated as I was shuffling were the 6 of Wands. Just for your own notification, right? And the Lovers. I mean, they levitated out of that deck and flipped over. Shred it. Yummy. So I know we're sort of wandery. Ms. Baker, Ms. Midnight. Yeah, moved on. Yeah, I imagine that in wisdom, that is exactly what you did. Um, but so yeah, like I try, especially because there's not that many of us, and we love each other. You know, I'm probably not going to put a time limit, but because you've never gotten a reading, if you would like one, you're entitled to one. I'm going to stab him 6 times. What? Did I miss that part?
The card was the 6 of
Because okay, so Claudia was talking about shredding meat, right? And I've also been watching a lot of true crime, so my brain was like, where do we just go? Now I'm tracking. I'm sorry, I was reading the chat. So she had 2 cards that, like, just while I'm shuffling them for Cat's General while we are just sitting here, it popped up, right? One was the 6 of Wands, and like it sort of like levitated out of the deck, and the other was the Lovers, right? And so that's what she was commenting on, but it came right after like comments about shredding meat and cutting things up, and I was like, what? Well, actually, set him on fire, girl. You're gonna set him on fire. and I mean, look, number 1. You are number 1. You are number 1 at setting setting your lover on fire. Woo woo. Ridiculous. Okay. So me and my ridiculous ask would like to call forth my archangels and angels, cats, archangels and angels. Any guides, family members, helpers that want to keep us on track and focused in the light and focused for things that are only for our higher and greater good. We ask for protection as we open up our energy to communicate with each other. We ask that you surround us with golden light of protection and the green light of healing and the white light of true love, so that we can all together play with our energies openly, knowing full well that we are safely protected by the powerful love of the divine. Please and thank you. That sounds poetic, and like I just like to run my mouth guides. So I'll just say thank you so much for being here, and we love you, and we're so grateful for all the help that you give us all times. Help us start off with this journal from Miss Cat Cat, and then see if we can't figure out a really fun and wonderful place to go with what you start us off with. Amen. Aho. And so it is. Yes, exactly. So your Christmas cards, not swords, wands. The burning bed. Behind me, I guess I'm the only one with the camera on, right? What kind of weird light? Wait, what? Why for a heart attack? Did I scare people? What just happened? What'd you see, Amanda? This way? Yeah, that's probably the only curtain that can be seen right now. It's this way. What color? Did you see a color? Yeah, right. Well, I mean, I watch a lot of the true crime. I don't personally choose to read it too often. There's one that actually I think I'm going to be reading like in the next couple of days. I'm extremely motivated, but I stay out of it unless I'm just expressly invited. Orange. Like corally orange or pumpkiny orange. Also too. How big, Amanda? I'll have to watch it play back. I heard they're setting up the perimeter, Amanda. So I think they're probably listening. I have a weird feeling that it's my kitty cat Smooch. I mean, it's not really a weird feeling so much as just sort of a knowledge that he's a big orange poof and he comes around a lot. Okay, let's start here with Miss Cat. Guides, can you, for Cat H, kick us off with the general and see what is happening in her neighborhood? In her neighborhood, oh, what's happening in Cat H neighborhood? Oh, goodness, let's see. Hello. How many more, y'all? 4. Okay. Are we using these? Okay, it's support cards. Okay. 4 more. Okay. Oh my goodness. Flipping and flipping and flipping. 2, 3. My golly. They're ready. Was this inverted? No. Okay. I feel like they play tricks on me. They're like, we're flipping them over fast. Now this last one, you're going to have to shuffle for 20 minutes. This one more, right? Okay. Oh, well, and it flew just because I was a smart aleck. They were like, oh, you wanted to fly? Girl. It's going to fly. Okay, let's see what we have here. I need to go back so I can take a look. See. Here, everything. Okay, Miss Cat, just, I've been knocked about the head and shoulders, so, let me know if I'm off so I can have them help me redirect, right? So, first whiff I get of anything here, I would say, and you'll tell me, right, if it's fair to say, that there has been bickering, I believe, in your house. I believe it's within your house. It doesn't look extreme, but the reason I say in your house, it looks like a war, like a tale of two Leos a little bit. And sort of like, well, I mean, the first card is the Ten of Swords, right? So it's sort of like an exhausted topic. Likely that I got hit about the head and shoulders, or likely that is that close to accurate? Like, are we starting off okay? Okay, so I'll just talk, and then you can tell me I'm wrong or right or whatever, because I know there's a 7-second lag. So it looks like there is, for lack of a better term, there probably should be a better term for this though, but it looks like this is like that type of beating a dead horse type of argument that all couples sort of get into, that is just exhausting to carry around. But in some ways, you guys are the same beast with two tails, basically, is how it's presenting in the cards, right? Like, you are the same beast when it comes to bickering. Then it talks about, I'm going to get a clarifier, but the next one is temperance. And so it talks about, a call for calming, a call for, looking inwards, a call for some, it feels really necessary to have alone time with yourself, even if it's just in your own head, basically, in this particular scenario, because while this doesn't look like, the War of the Roses, it seems like it's a cycle that's exhausting, and it almost feels like you can't escape it. Okay. All right. And so it's talking about, like, hey, if I can't get out of the house, I'm going to retreat into my beautiful cavern of solace that exists right here. And that, I mean, they're like, they're saying that that is definitely advisable, because the more, and the more you really are able to retreat and go inward. And it's not talking about like soul searching, it's talking about like to be able to just have a relaxing time, right? To be able to just chill and enjoy moments, right? And have sort of a peaceful, quirky, just cat on cat kind of time. So they're saying it seems like that's something that you desire, but perhaps there have been things that have made you feel agitated enough that you have concerns or struggle sometimes to enter cat space, because you're so sort of irritated by an I don't know, exterior source. And the advice for that sort of is you know uh let yourself be a little like stupid, like like let yourself be a little airheaded. If you have to go, in order, if it's hard to release into mental playtime, right? Err on the side of not knowing. Like the card is relax into not knowing, but it really, in this context, they're sort of saying like, if you got to play dumb, even with yourself, just to get the ball rolling, so you can start with your hobbies and self entertainment, do it. Um, okay, good. You're gonna go see the girls tomorrow. That's good. Are you guys planning on projecting a little bit? Like, are you planning on, um, I don't know, is there a craft project you had in mind, or are you going somewhere that is like Santa's special workshop and you can do a little art? I mean, is there feels like if there's not a project to do together, they're advising to do a little grandma. I offered to bring in his stepdad. Okay. So is it, I mean, look here, I'll just show you, like, and then we'll move on through the cards. That, like, this was the first one, right? Like, and the Ten of Swords, of course, is sort of the end of an exhaustive battle in a lot of situations. But this guy is just like beat and sort of doofy, right? And then this is, the beast, the same beast with the two tails. This is our beautiful Temperance card. This is, really ideally where you should be able to retreat when you feel like sort of trapped in someone else's misery loop. Relaxing and not knowing. Let's see here. Oh. So it feels, that makes some sense. So some of this is that it's exhaustive because he's not reaching for a resolution to make himself feel better. He's just enjoying like sort of miring and wallowing in it. And then I bet you it's also triggering to your stuff a little bit. And it's like, come on, like we need to get this energy cleared, especially at this time of year, because, we're bouncing off of each other's past traumas. So I'm trying to remember, gang. Was this inverted? No. Yes or no? Okay. Okay. So they're talking about, like, in order to ever get forward motion on this. Like, I mean, it's a tower moment, babe. It's a tower moment. And I think in light of what you're saying, it's like interesting actually that in this scenario, well, in this scenario, she's sort of choosing to free fall. Like it almost looks like she was ready, like, hey, the tower's got to fall, so I'm ready to jump. And he's freaking out and clutching onto something, right? But like, it's one of those like knock senses into the situation. Because when he's sweet, it's great. It's Christmas trauma. Of course. I know he's a really nice guy, like a wonderful guy, and he loves you a whole lot. But I see, I mean, I see the stubbornness. I could see your absolute need to escape. And now it makes even more sense if, again, if you're bouncing off of each other's trauma, when you're like, hey, I'd like to not remember mine. I'm wondering if we can get some advice for how to have the tower moment, because they're saying like it's going to have to be an induced tower moment. Then there's also a suggestion to spend some time, for lack of a better term, it's not, it's of course spend time with family soon too, right? But where we are in the reading now, they're sort of talking about spending time with found family or creative family. Created family, like, your doofy friends that are like siblings, or, your odd myriad mix of your collection of personal, well-beloved freaks, right? You need to get together with them. I don't know for you guys what that was. If it was like a board game group here, oh, hey. I think a lot of us, maybe we should have another Christmas party and like not make it, have fun. Like I was thinking about that the other day, have fun games, but not make it so seriously, like not do the mental gift exchange and wear everybody out this year. Right. But it really is, okay, I'm going to ask. So, which deck y'all for support card? Karma? So I'd like a support card. Like I'd like to see if we can get some advice. I can hear you guys that you're saying like a tower moment should be like almost literally forced, because it's sort of like jumping off the diving board, right? It's not going to be as bad as one thinks, but you're going to have to push to get it done. So could you give us some advice for how to induce a tower moment safely and in a way that is useful? Could we please help find Kat some support or advice on how to induce a tower moment to get the ball rolling here? No. Okay. How many? 3. He's got a son, right? Okay. All right. Inducing a tower moment. I thought so. And And they're pretty cool, right? He and Sunny Boy are pretty cool. Oh, okay. So when I asked, like how can we push forward in the tower moment, right? So the first thing that they gave is the Page of Cups, but it sort of appears almost like sort of a guy's night, however that looks, right? Some guys do it really with a lot of machismo. This doesn't look like that, but a night. Do you feel like if they were pushed into a room together, the odds would resolve relatively quickly? Sort of. I mean, gosh, it just seems like it's just advising to like push, which I know when it's another person is feels like weird advice, to a certain degree. Um, Political. I mean, like this seems to be for your beloved spouse, damn near advising like exposure therapy, like we're mad at son. Well, then I'm inviting son over for dinner, and you will sit and be polite. And if you need to fight, damn, you'll fight, you know. Um, yeah, I had a feeling. I had a feeling it was going to be, you know, the one was going to be the other, not David, that the other was going to be extremely red in lieu of blue, right? Um, I live in Seattle. How in the past, when things have been moderately smooth, more smooth-esque, how have they spent time together? Do they do like Skype hangs? Do they do telephone conversations? Um, or is this potentially, if this isn't son, is there a nephew? Is there a nephew that he likes spending time with in person? Because it feels like, honestly, when I asked for support and it said for the tower card and it said, hey, like we're getting damn near time to the point where like, you need to just topple the tower yourself and let the pieces fall because the fear of falling is so severe, and the fall is not going to be that bad. So it's almost like saying just induce the fall so that the fear can just be, the tension can be relieved. No relatives. They're advising. Well, who knows? Like, you're pretty psychic. Do you know who this guy is? They're advising he spends time with this guy. Is this his son? I don't know if I do, Pix, but I could probably get one. That way you guys could all share here in the future. That would be cool. That's a good idea because a lot of times you guys are like passing photos around during this stuff, and that's fun. Do you know who this is, Kat? Instinctively, I mean. Because the rest of the advice for the tower is it was the Eight of Wands inverted, and it's like saying you're a magical lady that can make an awful lot happen, but there aren't no, generating new ideas on this one isn't gonna be the thing that works, right? Like killing it off and starting again, right? Killing it off, letting everything tumble and crash, so that fear of tumble and crash that's cyclically almost getting to an OCD kind of paranoid point can stop. And so I don't know. I mean, like, this guy sort of looks a little bit like, I will. Yes, ma'am. I will let you know when those, if I see that, when I see those pics. So just based on pictures I've seen of Dave, is this Dave's son? Okay. It felt like it. So the advice with the son is like, I mean, I understand that they don't live together, but it's like, and again, I also know there's medications, right? Just like in my situation, so there can't be drinking, right? But it is like whatever, it really is advising them to sit down and do something completely frivolous together, whether if that's on the phone, or if they play like Cards Against Humanity, or like, but for some dudes or some of us stoners, like, it'd be smoking or drinking or just something stupid together to melt that tension away for him. Because, and I know, like, look, I know, like, none of this has anything to do with your love for any of the people involved, right? But the burnout here is real. And, it's one of those things where it's like, he's just so paranoid about the fall, and it's not going to be that bad. And so it's going to, the advice is to is to is to push the issue, until it's totally, to the breaking point, because the breaking point then won't be that big of a deal. And then in your case, so far, they're saying you need to spend time with your weirdos really, really badly. And if that's us, right? If that's us, then we need to have a Cards Against, did I say Cards Against Humanity? Yeah. Night, or we, and honestly, I want to make sure that I'm hearing this right before I say it out loud. Can you guys give me a card to verify that? Because I don't want to, where was that other deck? Gosh darn it. Where's the black deck? Come on, girl. I know you got knocked on your head, but where is the damn deck? The Wandering Star. Oh, I bet you I put it right back where I got it from. I sure as hell did. Okay. Guys, I feel like you're telling me that we should just push through and do a session anyway. Can you give me cards that indicate whether that's accurate or not? Mm-hmm. That's what. That's so funny, Kat. Okay, so that's what I was asking because the inference was, um, and I wanted to make sure that I was hearing him right. So the inference that I just got was that um, they were saying book the appointment for the fam anyway. Book the appointment to try and talk to the fam anyway, and just start, you and me just start, or I mean, like if you wanted to do it with Willow or if you wanted to do it with me, I'm just saying you thought about having a session, right? Um and whomever you want to have the session with, or if it's multiple of us, they're saying book it and sit there in the living room and have it your damn self. um Okay. So, and then I looked up and you were talking about dad has to go to school and get over there. Yeah. And maybe get an apology. Yeah. So they were literally talking about, like, because I think you know full well that he's trapped in a loop. He's trapped in a feedback loop of some kind. And of course that happens to all of us with anxiety and stuff. But so they're saying, um, basically, they're saying shit like, you call up his son, you put son on speakerphone, and say how you doing, and you have the conversation. And if you feel like arguing politics, not viciously, but a little bit, do it. You know, if you believe there should be a session, right? You love him so much. You're not trying to hurt him. You're not going to bring anyone into the situation that's going to poke at him until he crumbles up and dies. So they're saying, put it on speakerphone, book it, and start it. And because the thing is, whether we ever get to finish the session or whether he flips out and yells and says, I don't want to do this, they're just saying it's like tension break time. And so their advice is pretty fucking pushy, but like that's what happens. That's what happens sometimes when we have each other's backs. Just like we have to sort of not always, right? I don't see this too often, but you guys also have the friendship, especially aspect of your union, is soulmate, like twin flame level. And that means that you irritate the absolute living daylights out of each other just by breathing sometimes. But it also means that you can push some of these issues that normally maybe in other situations you'd leave the hell alone because that person would be volatile. No, they're not going to let him spit on the concrete. No, he's not going to get hurt. He may be terrified, right? He may feel like I'm falling, I hate this. But at the end, it's one of those, like, look your fear in the face, look your fear in the face, and discover that it really just is not so terribly scary. At the end of the scenario, he may be pissed off, right? But a lot of that hyper panicky, constantly cycling garbage, fear garbage, will be released. Like, and I know that's it's ballsy, and I bet you there are some wives in here going, oh my god, I would never do that. I couldn't do that. But I know I've certainly done it to partners sometimes, not all the time. Like, I don't think it's always up to me, but just like when you have a little kid that you love, when you have a child that you love so much, and they want to swim with the other kids, and they literally can touch their feet at the bottom of the pool, but they won't jump in.
So, of course, you don't just slam them. I mean, I guess some people do. Some people pick them up and throw them in the water. But no, but like you pick them up and you place them in the water and you hold their hand. But like he needs, like, what do they call it? It's exposure therapy, I'm pretty sure. You don't fear doing it? Okay. Well, I'm going to get some confirmation with rods only because, when it's somebody's marriage. I mean, for heaven's sake. And you're two people that I care about, and I got whacked on the head, so I'm going to confirm it with rods real quick. But it's pretty loud. Like I'm hearing it and seeing it in the cards. And let me just so you're an intuitive, so I don't know why I'm not showing you the cards, right? So the first that came out that they said were just supplemental, right? Is Pushy the clown here, and literally you were joking, but at the beginning, but you were talking jokingly about setting him on fire, right? And just and that's sort of it, like not in a literal sense. And then the lovers, right? So those were the first two that introduced the subject matter of your general reading here, boop and boop. Okay. Then we led off with the battle is getting exhausting, especially because it's not really a battle. We are the same monster, so it's often pretty even Steven when we're battling. And so we're at the stalemate, and the stalemate is getting stale. Like the air in here is getting stale from the stalemate. Right? So then they advised, hey, you yourself need cat time. You yourself need weirdo time. You yourself need to, this is more for him, relax into not knowing, relax into not needing to be so in control. But this was for you too. It was like advice of, it's so hard, when somebody's sitting there panicking and they're trapped, but like you really just need to be like, I'm taking a bath, I'm playing dumb here. Like if you don't want to talk about it, then there's no point in me sitting here like on pins and needles. What did I just see, y'all? Okay. Right. This is a push situation. And then the advice cards, right, were get him back together with Sonny Boy, even if they're arguing, especially for the holiday. They may argue some more. I'm sure they will. But for the holiday, figure out a way to at least try to push a truce online, right? You have brilliant ideas. You always do. But doesn't matter. Doesn't matter right now. They, all of your brilliant ideas are impotent in this situation because there's such a stubborn adversary. And then, there needs to be just literally a reboot of this particular issue. So, do you have, I was going to clarify with the rods. Do you have clarifying questions you would like to ask specifically? Okay, see, I know you're really intuitive, and you've been in this cycle with him now. It's been months. Like it's come up in your last 4 readings a little bit, and maybe then the readings went elsewhere and talked about other things. But this pot has been popping up every time. This sort of stagnant, trapped scenario, right? So you even know what order you think it should happen. You think that you should have an old-fashioned spirit get together, and you can play the host, and you can ask whatever questions you want to ask, and if he stays and listens, that's great, and if not, we can still ask to talk to them. That you want to talk to your You want to talk to your freaking father-in-law. Get some shit straight for your husband, you know? And there's nothing wrong with that. Where did I put these? I already just... Yes. Is Dad Joe at a place where he can help David release his trauma? Okay. Get these rods out. We have the right... Okay, good. We have obsidian in there, so we're in good shape. Hello, beautiful. And then the obsidian just rolled out. Okay. Not a flattering posture. Okay, so I only ever wish to speak with those that are of the light and from the light, those that are of what we call heaven and from what we call heaven. I ask, especially always initially, that we are dealing with archangels and angels operating the rods, and that only the archangels and angels can clear any people that want to enter the arena for conversation through their lens of pure love and protection and light. Thank you so much for the amazing assistance and tools. I personally call on my pantheon of archangels, Archangel Michael, Archangel Raphael, Archangel Gabriel. I call on Cat's archangels to come. And of course, eventually we would love to, sometime in the coming days, maybe talk with some of David's archangels. Please and thank you. I always feel like, gosh, you guys are archangels, you're busy, but you're quite powerful, and I understand that you can take on these problems without them even being a problem to you. So I thank you so much for your generosity with us plebes here. And I'm going to ask, please, that Archangel will tap in whenever they are ready. Could you please give the rods just a fun little wiggle? I feel you here, but to wave at everybody. Thank you. Of course, even though I know you're an archangel, or you're those that work for archangel, I need to ask, do you love and respect that which we call God, Source, Yahweh, Buddha? Yes. Okay. Thank you very much. One more time. Do you love Source, God? Thank you. Are you here for our higher and greater good in the name of Source? Please tell us the truth. Thank you. I'd like to ask a question about David's dad, Joe. We're wanting to know, Kat is wanting to know, is Joe at a place where he can help David release his trauma? David still has nightmares. He was thrown out of the house on Christmas Day. And we'll do probably something soon to figure out Dave's angels, right? And so, of course, you guys know I'll break it down because you can only answer yes and no. Are we allowed to ask questions at this time about Kat's husband, David? Big yes, thank you so much. Are we allowed to ask about Kat's husband, David's father, Joe? Thank you. Acknowledge that. Yes, sorry, I'm going to itch my nose, so hold on a second here. Is David's dad, Joe, either in the light or light adjacent in baby school working through his issues? Yes, thank you. I acknowledge your yes. Would David experience Joe as like a changed man if he encountered the energy that is Joe today? Yes. Okay. And is Joe presently at a place in his learning where he himself, or he himself with the help of his guides and angels, could help release David from some of the prison created by his life experience with his father? Yes. Okay. Are you saying Joe has been astrally visiting David more recently than he has in a long time? I acknowledge your yes. By recently, do you mean in the last 6 months? No. Thank you. I acknowledge your no. Is it more recent than that? I feel like it is, but I'm not sure. Is it more recent than the last 6 months? That's sort of a small yes. I apologize. So let me rephrase the question. You said, did I hear you correctly? Joe is visiting David way more often lately. Yes. Is this part of the reason why Dave gets hyper triggered, because he feels the energy that is his father? Yes. Okay. Is his father, Joe, coming around with the intention to cause harm or trouble for David? No. Is he sort of completing a baby school, heaven school course, and needing to be around David and apologetic in energy being part of that learning process? Yes. Okay. So then the biggest question is Joe ready, with the help of guides, to begin communicating with David in a way that will be healing and soothing for David? Yes. Okay. Is that something that Joe will be ready to do immediately? No. I acknowledge your no. Is that something that we just need to schedule? Like, is this a scheduling issue, or is this a he's not ready issue? Is it that Joe, as of today, is not quite ready to work with Dave? No. Okay. So is it just a matter of picking a day where we all have solid energy and good rest and that kind of? Okay. Thank you. Do you feel that Joe is equipped to communicate enough with David to begin some safe, calm, not hyper traumatic, healing, energetic conversations? Okay. Do you believe, for David's sake, that needs to happen this week? Okay. No. I acknowledge your no. Do you believe that for David's sake, some of that needs to happen before Christmas Day? Yes. Okay. Thank you. I acknowledge your yes. Let's see what's being said. Now, just to clarify, we are speaking with David's dad, Joe, who was a prison guard when he was in physical. Yes. Was that Joe that just said he acted like a prison guard with his own children? No. Was that my own brain that thought that? No. Was that Cat that thought that? Did you just think that he acted like a prison guard with his own children? Miss Cat? Strict. Did you have a thought along those lines? Because they were sort of Let me clarify one more time. When I heard that statement about he ran his home almost as if it was a prison, was that sort of me hearing parts and parcel of Kat's thought process? Yes. Okay. Because that's sort of something that's been new with me lately. I've been hearing Joe think out loud a little bit. And so then I hear it and it sort of sounds like a voice in my pantheon. Yes, you wonder. Okay. Um, in your best advice guides, would it be best to have this visit with David and Joe early in the morning? No. Would it be advisable for Joe and David to get together early afternoon? That was sort of a yes on one side. Am I limiting it with my arm pain? Okay. So was that just a wholehearted yes that it's advisable for Dave to like get up, have breakfast, do the things he needs to do to feel a little better, and then start not late in the day, but midday working on this kind of stuff? Okay, thank you. Hold on one second, Cat. I'm going to see if I can take some meds. They just told me my pain is interfering with just a smidge. If you have more clarifiers, let me know. It's looking like we need to book something in the next, like, because it didn't have to be literally in the next week, but they said before Christmas. And so that's 8 days, 9 days. You know what I mean? Like, and they're literal. Okay, Pix, thank you. I see you too. I'm sorry that I didn't see it yet before. Hold on here. Okay, so I need to take medicine in the next, I can't take it for 10 minutes. 4-ish p.m., you think? Is that what you mean? Oh, pics, while I'm doing that, I'll look at your pictures and... Oh, crafts, girl. Hold on here. Oh, they're so good. The stockings were hung. So this is a stocking hanger of Pix's creations. Those are Santa sacks, I think, hanging there. I think. She'll correct me if that's wrong. She made this awesome street lamp. Let me zoom it a little bit. Look at this. Look at this awesome Christmas street lamp. I'm sorry the pictures are shaky because of me, because they look so cool. And then this is the cat that we are going to assess here in a little bit. Beautiful, though. Look at this cat. It's like part leopard or cheetah or something. Look at that. That beautiful baby. Yes, I'm going to. I will forward to the people. I assume that's right. Okay, right, Pix? I can forward? Ooh, bright. Bright, 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 bright. They're very cool. Okay, so 4-ish. So my cool. Okay, so like if I'm able to functionally go to work, which so far with a broken jaw, no, I haven't been. I work from 4 to midnight, but I do not like. So I guess Miss Cat for certain. I would be available Monday and Tuesday. So and at that time frame, which would be what 17th, 18th. So the 19th and the 20th, I would be available in that 4 p.m. hour to have a throw your husband off the building party. What's the cat's name again? So pretty. Yeah, let me know. I'm sorry. Like, I wish it could be tomorrow. Like, I wish we could go on this energy. But if I am functional at all, I'm going to be trying to work. I need to talk to them about seeing if I can get like data entry or something just temporarily, because I can do this, right? Because I can sort of talk and then read the cards and hyper medicate. But at work I cannot hyper medicate, and I'm not ever allowed to stop talking. So I'm hoping that maybe if I said, look, he literally broke my jaw after I knocked all my teeth out of my face, basically hitting myself on a table after a seizure, like, could I please have some data entry? So I'm hoping to get that resolved a little bit as well. What does well mean? Well, his name, is he gonna have like either day? Okay. I'm pretty sure I have like nothing, but I'm just gonna look at my calendar just in case. I have nothing. I have nothing on the 19th or the 20th. And those are not days. I mean, like, they may call me into work, and say, do you want to pick up some hours? But then, then I could legitimately also say, like, I want to work from 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. or whatever, so I can have 4 to like 6 available either day as well. Do you, oh, well, okay, we thought he was a she and named it Zahara. Then we take him to the vet, and lo and behold, he's a fixed male, but he's still Zahara. He's Zahara, Queen of the Deserts. He's Tu Wong Fu, thanks for everything, Zahara Numar. So let's just ask. Well, no, I'm not supposed to use these for just another 3 minutes, and then I can take my medicine. They said my pain is like a interfering signal. So here in a minute, we'll ask you, like, which is better. Try 19 first so we can adjust your schedule to your needs. Okay. So, yeah. So I'm going to ask the rods here in a minute and see if they think one day is more auspicious for us to kamikaze your husband. I'm a terrible medium. Surprise! I'm not. Like, the angels are literally saying, you know him better than anyone in the whole world, and you love him so much, and you understand. all of us understand in this room, I think, especially, but in the world, being locked in by anxiety and fear in a cycle. Usually, kitty kitty. What's that song that was on all the time on the internet? Get along, kitty kitty, get along, kitty kitty, go. Domine, the African song. I heard it like every YouTube video for like months. It felt like. Okay, so now let's look here. One. Okay, so that one's ready. That one's ready. Okay. 1, 2. How many milligrams? So, okay, so I'm allowed to take all meds now. I'm glad you're still here, Midnight. I was going to ask you. Tell them I get you. Wait, hold on. Will you clarify that? I'm going to mute for a second, though, and pop my medication. Hold on a second. Pill popper! Joe, are you available to read something?
You have anything in mind?
The dulcet tones of Joe Black, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see. Oh, bagosh and bagolly. Pick a poem. Pick a poem that is recitative in under 5 minutes or less.
Oh
You okay
boy.
with that?
I guess, but I have to look for a poem. I don't know. Anybody have any requests?
Or you can just chat. I don't care. I'm just saying I got
Right.
pills down my throat. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah. You take your time. Yeah. Vitamins are important. So how was the Christmas season shaping up? Are you guys feeling the Christmas spirit yet? Is there anything that has to happen for you to really feel like, oh, it's beginning to look a lot like Christmas? Yeah, well, the holidays usually are, they tend to be bittersweet. The older we get, the more, the more it gets bittersweet. Music, everywhere we roam. Mm, yeah. Does it snow where you all live? Do you get a white Christmas? I mean, if we get a white Christmas here, then something has gone catastrophically wrong. But where you live, do you get snow? You have a second-degree burn on your back from a heating pad. Oh, Ohio can get snow. Hmm. Yeah, it's funny as you get older. Christmas, they say Christmas is for children, but it's for everybody. But you get to enjoy their experience. Oh, so you get your snow around February or March. Hmm. Where is snow catastrophically wrong? Right. Well, if it does snow in the tropical climates, then yeah, something has gone wrong. Yeah, I live in the Caribbean. Or as some of you say, Caribbean, I- whichever. Yeah, yes. We don't get snow. We get rain. We get lots of rain around this time of year, but no snow. So you all have anything on your Christmas list that you want Santa to bring for you? 'Well, fingers and toes crossed that you'll continue to miss the big storms. 3 to 4 feet, you say? Wow. So that's on your list for Santa, an electric blanket and a heating pad that cuts off. Okay, I'll tell him. Google Lake Tahoe, California. Okay, I'll do that. Anything in particular I'm looking for? Visit laketahoe.com. Oh, it's gorgeous. Wow. So is that where you are right now, or are you going to spend the holidays there? Oh, right. You said your sister is there. Sorry. Um, yeah, you have a very lucky sister. This place is gorgeous.
I'm trying not to startle you.
Welcome back.
Oh, thank you. I am also in the Midwest midnight, as is Pixie's sister. And I don't know, Kat, do you consider yourself Midwest? You're sort of on the fringe, right? Of the belt.
The Heart of Christmas. I'll look it up.
Fringe. My father-in-law, from here originally. Well, maybe not originally, but was here for 60 years or whatever. But they live in the villages in Florida, which I think most people sort of know the villages, but what it is a rich person, very large retirement home originally that turned into a whole city. So the villages is now like a whole city, a medium to large size city that literally is a retirement village. And bless it, my mother-in-law fell down the stairs this week. And she's had a few falls because her eyesight is going, but this one wasn't good. And of course, like, I'm worried about her pain and that she might need surgery on her ankle, and both he and she are worried about having to be here when the snow falls. Like, screw my broken ankle. I might have to spend the winter in the Midwest and not get back to Florida. We've only seen snow once so far this year, and it's stuck. But it gets so much more. It gets busier here traditionally, like January and February is when we have a lot more of it.
Yeah, I think your coldest weather is January, February, isn't it?
Yeah. And it has snowed up to May 1st, in the Midwest, but like, that's extreme. But she's okay. She's okay. Like, but it's amazing that she's okay. Enough, right? Broke her, oh, I'm going to have the wrong bones, but it's right above the ankle. It's,
Is
arm
it
is radius and ulna, right? So what are the
the
legs?
tibula and fibula, I think?
Okay, so it's her tibia, right on the ankle.
Tibia and
And
fibula, right?
it's not a hairline. It is a break, but it's a clean break. So they're debating about surgery. And then broke a wrist And as far as I know, that is the worst of it. Thank goodness didn't fall on her head or face or anything, I guess. Fibula.
Fibula, right.
Hold on. Clabia. Are you saying, Miss Claudia, are you saying I may share the images you sent me, the ones from just a couple days ago? Yeah, big ouch. Like, poor baby. Poor baby, ouch. Okay, fibula. Fibula. But right above, right above, like, the articulation of the ankle, joint. Mm, poor lady. Okay, really quick, I'm gonna pass these here. These here. Oh, now it came in, Claudia. Hold on. Here's what I'm saying. Sorry, I found chocolate. And once I numbed my jaw, I wanted to eat it.
Yeah, I broke my shin already. I know that's no fun.
So this is one of the Claudia's today. With a dream catcher and a woman that looks like in like a beautiful holiday gown. Two dream catchers. Two dream catchers. Two. I missed the beautiful in the background. Okay, and then hold on, here's another one. Ooh, I like this one. I like this one a lot. It is a couple under their umbrella. But if you notice, you see the rain around them has stopped and it's the shape of a heart. I like that very much, Claudia. The fact that the gap in the storm around them is in the shape of a heart. I think that's just darling. And if that girl had a bigger ass, it could be me and Joe.
No comment.
You can comment. I commented. Okay. And here is A Christmas Village by Claudia. Isn't that pretty? I like the swirls in these because it feels like how energy looks sometimes. Some of these patterns that are within these drawings. Okay, let's see. Broken Bones, no joke. Yeah, Broken Bones, no fun. Scrolling, scrolling, scrolling. I didn't catch that. Nice. Did you? It looks like energy. It was so funny. I'm glad you said that, Baker, because I literally I said that about like that's how energy looks like when it moves, and then I was like, I need to ask Baker, because I know I sort of have an idea of what everybody's sort of spiritual gift leanings are in this room, but I don't know yours. But I sort of felt like she's gonna know exactly, like she knows what I mean by that. And then you said it, so I would like to know more about you sometime soon. I'm going to ask about dates for David. That sounds like Tuesdays with Maury. Dates for David. It
It
was
sounds like a
the 19th and the 20th, right? Sounds like what?
sounds like a sitcom.
Yeah, and only because I'm being like stereotypical because that's how TV is. Dates for David sounds like join the Beth Shalom Temple as they host singles nights in Neil Simon's groundbreaking new play, dates for David. So the 19th and the 20th. 19th and the 20th. 19th and the 20th. Okay. I already feel someone here. Is this someone that's from either that's either Archangel Gabriel or from Archangel Gabriel's Yep, I thought so. Thank you. Hello. Do we have anybody from Raphael's group in the house right now too? Thank you so much, because I need the help with my pain, and I am sure that's why you're here. Yeah. Thank you. Do you have anybody from Archangel Michael? Okay. Cool. Um, Of course, I'm going to ask again. Do you love God, Source, Allah, Yahweh? Thank you so much. Thank you for your yes. So we have 2 dates for David, and either or, right, is fine. But energetically, if we were going to try and get David together with Joe, his father, in non-physical, or at least get you guys active, like sending some messages and information and downloads about Joe. I want to know if that would be most auspicious on the 19th or the 20th. Okay, so the question is the 19th, Monday, December 19th, 2022. Is that in your opinion, the most ideal day for David and Joe to have a meeting? Okay, that's a yes. Thank you. I appreciate your yes. And whenever you get things pointed back forward, yeah, I know I'm pushing. I'm sorry. Pointing back forward to myself, I should, right? Now you already answered the question, but I'm going to ask. Tuesday, December 20th. Is that the best day? No. Kat already said, like, we'll just start with the 19th, but she knew the 19th was going to be energetically better, didn't she? Always so much smarter than all the rest of us. 19th, 4 p.m. Yes, ma'am. Miss Kat, are you comfortable closing this aspect of your read, or do you have any clarifiers about how to prep for Monday, or just anything else about, like, I don't know, what you should do with your goofy time, or what you should do for your art project tomorrow, or whatever? Who knew? Who knew? You knew. You knew. Because you said, let's just start with the 19th, right? And go from there. But, like, you always. Absolutely. Oh, we're saying yes. Who? What was the question, Mama? I'm assuming this was a Cat thought, because they're now pointing it back forward. Did you have one question, Cat? Let's close this up. What did you think? Or was this you? Because right now they're, they said they gave you a big yes. And if it wasn't you, then somebody else asked a question, because it wasn't me, because my brain was empty. Ready to close. Oh, Cat's ready to close. And you decided to tell me for her? Because otherwise I wouldn't shut the F up. I love archangels so much. Thank you very much so much for your help with this. Please plan to be with us on Monday. And then Kat, probably something, if like we ever wind up having, and I'm telling you this because I probably will forget, like what with the additional medication and the broken jaw and the child who has a birthday on Saturday, I might forget. But we probably should pull him some archangel cards, just like 20 minutes when we're on the phone or something, so we know maybe who to invite on Monday. Yeah, Miss Claudia has been a school teacher and I don't know if you guys are getting her. Are you sharing your links with them, Claudia? She's been reading stories on the Facebook. She's been reading children's stories, making videos, and recording children's stories. They're lovely. Okay. 8 and 9. Mine is turning 9 on Saturday. Night Skypes is turning 9 on Saturday. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. My little soul baby. You can tell when it gets at least a little less painful for that 20-minute window. I'm like, let's sing and dance. I didn't know she taught piano. I know she sang, but I didn't know you taught piano. Claudia, I maybe would hire you to teach piano over the internet. We have, I don't remember what they're calling them now because it's not Suzuki, but we have, we're using the stickers for him because he really is a self-learner and he likes to just sit down and play on his own. But he's interested in lessons, and I didn't know you did that. I knew that you sang. Okay, pics. Before I also forget, when you guys were chatting and I was sitting here, Maggie Lou, who, we're all old ladies, but wouldn't that be cool? A group piano lesson? Yes, of course. Wouldn't that be fun? A group piano lesson?
So could I be an honorary old lady?
Can you be in old lady?
No, an honorary old lady. If you said we're all old ladies here.
You are an honorary old lady, my love.
Okay, good. Just checking.
Okay. Oh, pics. So you guys were talking about something. I was listening and taking medication. I need to scroll back because Maggie Lou, who came in. Oh, it was about her birthday. It was about her birthday. Are you and Krista able to get together on the 21st? Yeah, but really, are you and Krista she wanted to know if you and Krista could get together for lunch or something and have her a little birthday party. Like she asked. She said they should get together for lunch, or if they don't have time for full lunch, sit down and have, again, she's on dessert. And I know, like, she was on dessert big time when Krista had her wedding anniversary. And I think I asked at the time, like, was she a big sweets hound? And I think Krista said no, but she was on again about, she mentioned tiramisu again today. And so I don't know if one of you particularly love it, so she just gets joy from you loving it, right? But she's saying but also, we could get together for a reading. I think that's what you were thinking about, right? But she's also saying, well, could you Skype it? Because she's saying, literally, she would be in attendance and she would love it if you guys sat down together and, ate something sweet and exchanged like some kind of something silly, like whether that is like a little Dollar Tree gift or like literally you send her a little internet gift card for something. I know. See, Krista talked about it. Well, because she brought it up around the anniversary when she came through to talk to Krista, right? I don't remember what months those were. I feel like it was like, maybe was it last early fall or something? Could have been 2 springs ago. I don't know. I'm losing track of time. But so anyway, whenever Krista's wedding anniversary was, I feel like it was somewhere between June and October. I mean, I know that's like half the year, but last year. But anyway, you and I and Krista got on, and then Krista sent me pictures throughout the day on her anniversary from inside the car with her little guy in the back seat. Then she dropped the guy off at your house. She sent me pictures of their dinner. Your mama, do you remember your mama was in one of the pictures at your house? They brought kiddo in or something and sat down on the couch, and your mama came in the picture. You have to, I don't remember everything because you know how I am when I channel. Like I don't. Wedding anniversary. Yes. Krista's. And November. Okay. Because it wasn't this year, but it was last year. And I felt like it was autumn, so that makes sense. And she and hubby were going out to eat, and they brought a little bit over to your house. And Maggie Lou, who popped up energetically, as some like a light, in a picture that they took at your house, I think on the couch. Okay, good, you remember, because see, channeling, it's fuzzy, but so anyway, Maggie brought up tiramisu that time and said Krista should enjoy dessert more, that she was on about needing to lose weight after babies and that she was freaking beautiful and she should eat the damn dessert. I remember that much. And then I remember Maggie talking about tiramisu and me saying, did she like tiramisu? And you guys both sort of said no. And then I think Krista said, but I do. Right. So anyway, when you guys were all chatting just a few minutes ago, Maggie came through and she was saying, celebrate my damn birthday, please. Like, if, it's not an arrogance thing. And she will celebrate it anyway. She'll come and be near you guys, right? And she's got the benefit of being able to see you, at all times and feel you. And, she's saying her mama and her mama's mama too will, like, they'll like have a nice lunch and stuff that day, and like there'll be nice stuff like in non-physical, but because she would be hanging with you guys anyway, because that brings her so much joy, and she feels how you feel it as a loss. She's like, let's not call it a loss, let's have something. So she very specifically brought up tiramisu again, which made me laugh, and said, eat something sweet and exchange some little gift. Now, whether that is, like I said, something silly from the Dollar Tree that reminds you of a Mags, or if you both, like, if you each have little things that, that you inherited or that you got left, and I feel like it's this. I feel like you each have a few things that you haven't put out, because you've put out some of your favorites, and there's some other things that you like, and that you should swap things that you got from her. And so she would love it if you guys would gift each other, and she would love it. I'm also hearing something about fingerprints. I'm hearing something about fingerprints. I love that. I mean, so I already have like a huge affinity for the fingerprint jewelry, like that they make on Etsy and things like that. And I was talking to somebody else about it the other day too. Because, Claudia, it was you, wasn't it? I think it was you talking about the fingerprint jewelry. But I don't know. But it feels like Maggie's saying somewhere you can find her fingerprint. And not for the birthday. She's like, that's too soon, right? But at the anniversary, she talked about, when she was calling Krista Tinkerbell and stuff, she talked about you guys getting some sort of jewelry. Like, I think you already had some sort of jewelry that represented her, but she talked about, I think it was a locket where you could have pictures of all three of you, basically, And and then today she was talking about, not for the birthday, but like sometime soon, doing fingerprint jewelry with you and Krista, if you can find it. I don't know, like if she she just says Krista has some sort of brooch that she would be willing to give you, and that you would enjoy, like that you're able to swap, right? Um so it's a brooch, but I know I keep getting off track, but the fingerprint, I don't know, like if you guys did a little art with the kiddos, and uh there's a grandma fingerprint somewhere, or if like you have her original like birth certificate where they put her footprint and you could use that. I don't know, but I feel like I'm under the impression, just I don't know why I'm making it so hard. May I please have an archangel very quickly? Thank you so much. Am I a royal pain in the ass? Well, thank you, because I know everybody else in this room, half jokingly and half seriously, thought, yes! So am I interpreting this correctly, that somewhere Maggie Lou, who there's fingerprints or toe prints or footprints of hers on paper somewhere that the family has access to? Is that correct? That's sort of a small. Yes. I'm sorry that my frequency is still interfering a little bit, but it's getting better. Yeah. Okay. So, is that accurate? Is her fingerprint somewhere on file? Yes. Okay. Documentation of something. Are you talking about like at some bank or something? Like they would ask for a thumbprint for some sort of checks? Yes. Are you talking about anything else, like a passport? No. Is it ever in any place like art she did with her grandkids? Okay, potentially. Okay, so there's a fingerprint out there somewhere that you guys should use. But it sounds like she had to. Do you remember that? Like it was like this blip of time in like between 1999 and like 2007, where sometimes banks would ask for your thumbprint. Yeah, there's got to be a thumbprint. They're saying, I mean, so they said to artwork, but yes to like maybe potentially a banking document or something. But anyway, that was the main thing. That just while you guys were talking, she wants you guys, and I know Krista has like you guys. Those that don't know Pixie's daughter, Krista Tinkerbell, she has like a 9,000 children. No, not really, but like she has a lot of kids. And so, if your car is having trouble and whatever, then you Skype. But she really says, I love her so much. She gets bolder and bolder, which I love that too. But I was gonna say something like, get online at least for 30 minutes. And she said, 30 minutes, no, at least 45. At least 45 minutes. Where you guys can log in, see each other, and if you can't get together, show each other the gift. And if Krista says, I'm not sure, Mama says there is a brooch. I'm not sure if she's showing me beads or pearls on that brooch, but I think that there's pearls and some rhinestones, like colored rhinestones potentially. And then you already know what you're going to give Krista. So she's saying, and she said, oh, I just love, how so many grown-ups sometimes they just get all like, I'm a grown-up and it's my birthday, I've left silly things behind me. Your mom said, for heaven's sakes, wear the goofy hats. You guys have so many stacked up and left over from all these kid parties and other things. For God's sakes, put on the party hat. And if you, which brooch? Is that what you mean? But she also said, like put on the party hat, and there are blowers too. I asked her about silly strings. I'm not sure if she gave me an answer, but like, she said there's party blowers because you guys have so much shit left over from kid parties, and that there are hats. And she said you put on the damn hats, and if you have to do it online, but you take a picture of you guys two together, take a screenshot, because she'll be there. She'll stand in it. You may not see her, but she's going to be in that picture. She's like, don't say it's not special. Literally, you will have me. I will come from the other side. I will come from the light to spend time with you ladies at my party. She's also saying something about the youngin that you think can see if he's around. If he's around, he could be online with you guys. There you go. Is that the right brooch? Yeah. It was a yeah. Okay, so Pix, I think you paid for a read. Do you want a read? Because Joe Black, you are sneaky. I lost my train of thought because someone was flirting with me. I just blushed too. Like, you don't have any idea like how freaking hard that is to make happen. He'll be in daycare. Okay. Some other time then, I guess. But so you paid for read, and then she privately, I just want you guys to know, she privately said you should give that to Midnight Baker, but I can do both. So do you have something you want to do now, or would you like to pass the baton to Midnight if we haven't lulled her to sleep? If we haven't lulled her all the way to sleep. Which part's funny? Ooh. Clean up the finger she left on the drawer. And if anyone asks, they fell off the back of the truck. Got it? Oh, you're so... Yeah. Oh, you belong in this group, Midnight Baker. And perhaps in the chat room where some of us chat as well. You swear you felt it? Yeah. Oh, well, cool. See? Everybody here. Strong gifts. You and your empathery. Your empathomatique. Your empathomatique. And Kat with her like literally astral projecting flying dreams and like Donna Serafina style tingles. Amanda started seeing similar to Haley Joel Osment, she sees dead poodles. I see dead poodles. I see them everywhere I go. Well, I think I'm not sure. Like that's why I'm asking picks because you're new here. You'd get a free general, or if you don't want like a full read because you're a private person, or you're not sure, like you could get some oracle cards or some comedy cards or whatever. Okay. How does that go in the musical 1776? It's like North Carolina bows to the judgment of South Carolina or whatever. So, and I know, see, I know, like I'm going to be seeing Pixie and Tinkerbell for a hang with Maggie. I got something to say to you. Oh my gosh, I should know the first line of that song. But so midnight.
It's wake up, Maggie. I got something to say to
I
you.
think I got something to say to you. Thank you. You knew my brain would be like grind and grind. So since Pixie doesn't want it and Midnight doesn't want it, Midnight, would you like? Let me tell you about the Oracle deck. You could get just like I could pull you a card, like one card from each Oracle deck, right? It wouldn't be any kind of interp. I would just read you, or you could choose if you would like. We have, in terms of oracles, we have the Beyond Lemuria deck, right? Which is like, for me, well, I would love to like connect to the lost city of Atlantis or whatever. Lemuria is, my Atlantis or what. We have the Spirit Animal Oracle. So you can have a Spirit Animal card. We have the Universal Love Oracle. This one's usually pretty lovely, actually. We have a Mudra deck for awakening the 5 elements. Mudra, you probably know, right? Like people are always know way more than I do, but I don't want to ever also leave people in the dark. Mudra are hand poses that are complementary with meditative practices and yoga practices. And so it's a deck about mudras. And so, it would talk about a specific chakra where you would focus and recommend a hand position for, meditative, relaxation, etc. type purposes. There's the Juicy Living deck by Sark, which just means, do you want a cool hippie lady card? There is the Abraham Hicks Hell and the Law of Attraction cards. So these are all just the fun ones that don't see me, snooping into your energy field at all. And then there's the Les Vampire Oracle, the Lucy Cavendish. If you would like. Let's see here. It's very kind though. It's been September. Should be back at school. I have a question. Okay, yes, Claudia, I will absolutely be ready for your question here in a minute. Named you after a song. Which song? I remember you told me once and I don't know what it is. I know I keep you amused. I feel I'm getting used. Oh, Maggie, yeah, sure. See, everybody's Rod Stewarding because it's a verb now. Rod Stewarding. So yes, lovely midnight. Let me see. Okay, so Midnight Baker. I, of course, always have combos because I never shut up. You can ask anyone in this room. Midnight Baker, what do you guys think, Pantheon? It's either Lemuria, Universal Love, and Sark, right? Because they're all short, right? They're just like a little blah blah blah. Or it's Lemuria, Universal Love, and Spirit Animal. Because I was like, I think she's like an animal connected kind of gal, and they were like, maybe, but we don't know if that's what she wants right now. I was like, well, just. I'm gonna pull you a card. Yeah, I'm gonna pull you a card. Let's see. So hold on here. Oh, you know what? Here we go. Again, I just make things too complex. We'll put the 4 Oracle decks here for Midnight Baker. Can we please, Archangels, could you please just tap in? I mean, you're tapping into everyone. Could you please just tap into Midnight Baker's energy, angels, guidance system, however their beliefs are formulated? And could you please use these rods to select a deck to give Midnight like one heck of a great oracle card that can bring her either a laugh or something motivational, inspirational, etc. Please, at this time, move both rods over the box of oracle cards that you think would be best suited for Midnight. Please and thank you. Now, as I see, it's landing between the Universal Love and the Lemuria. Are you guys intending it to be Lemuria? No. Are you intending it to be Universal Love? Yes. Okay. Universal Love Tarot it is. Universal Love Tarot Healing Oracle cards, new edition, revised and expanded. And this particular one is by Tony Carmine Salerno, Universal Love Healing Oracle. Let's see, we're going to shuffle and get the good one for the baker. Ow. Wow, 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 wow. Yeah, that's a good point, Kat. I forgot to say private texting. Okay, let's see here. Universal guidebook, universal love, that's healing. This is falling out and sliding. We'll see if it comes back up again. Can't tell if that was an error or not. This is for our new friend, Midnight Baker. Can we please have one? Or sometimes you guys give us 2, but can we please have a Universal Love Oracle card for Midnight Baker? For Midnight Baker, could we have one, please? Shuffle. Okay, are we ready to? Yep. Riffle shuffle. Here we go. Not too many. That has to do with me being clumsy. Okay, let's try one more time. I have a feeling, though, that one that you guys circled just now is the one that's going to pop out again. Interesting. Okay. You got forgiveness. I'll read you about the forgiveness card. It is quite beautiful. It's the back. Universal love, forgiveness. Forgiveness. Kuan Yin, the goddess of compassion and mercy, walks with a fiery dragon at her feet. The goddess radiates love, empathy, and kindness towards all living things. Her love has tamed the dragon, which now follows her with devotion. A situation in your life needs healing. Kuan Yin is here to offer her assistance. Forgiveness is essential if healing is to take place. Forgiveness does not condone another's actions. Compassion does not negate responsibility. Understanding does not relinquish your need for boundaries, space, and respect. Forgive and release negative attachments. Anger, bitterness, and resentment keep us prisoners of the past. Forgive and set yourself free of the pain and the burden. If there is any need to forgive yourself, do this now with Kuan Yin's blessings. You are your greatest friend and staunchest ally. So keep on good terms with yourself. Be quick to forgive and be forgiven, and know that you are always worthy of forgiveness. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if it sucked. Do you want a fun one? We'll do a fun one after that. Sweet baby Jesus, how did I know that was coming? Well, here it is, but at least it's beautiful. What a fun one. What a fun one, guys. Sark, yeah. We'll do a Sark. We'll do a Sark. Can I get that in a poster size? Claudia, you guys have each other's numbers, right? So if I take a picture, you could get it to midnight. Let's see here. Here we go. We're gonna get you a Sark because while she advocates for us, to live a juicy life, it's not all so intense. 1,000% yes, I can. And in the meantime, what you got here on the Sark card, it says the Sark quote is impossible means I'm possible. Sark. And then the back of it says all your dreams are already coming true. So that's definitely about, all the stuff you've manifested that's lining up for you. But yes, I absolutely will read about forgiveness again. Hold on one second. Hold on one. I got a mute. I got a friend here. Okay, here we go. Hold on. Yeah, if Wolf has your number, I'll send you a picture. I'll send it the picture to Wolfie, because I know we've just met, so I'm not gonna ask like, give me your number, girl. But like, I can get this pretty card to you. Okay, here we go on forgiveness again. I heard the mic on you. Yeah, Forgiveness. Kuan Yin, the goddess of compassion and mercy, walks with a fiery dragon at her feet. The goddess radiates love, empathy, and kindness towards all living things. Her love has tamed the dragon, which now follows her with devotion. A situation in your life needs healing. Kuan Yin is here to offer her assistance. Forgiveness is essential if healing is to take place. Forgiveness does not condone another's actions. Compassion does not negate responsibility. And understanding does not relinquish your need for boundaries, space, and respect. Forgive and release negative attachments. Anger, bitterness, and resentment keep us prisoners of the past. Forgive and set yourself free of the pain and the burden. If there is any need to forgive yourself, do this now with Kuan Yin's blessing. You are your greatest friend and staunchest ally. So keep on good terms with yourself. Be quick to forgive and be forgiven. You are worthy of your own forgiveness. And I think Wolf must have your number because she came on and said, Can my friend come? And I was like, well, yeah, of course. It's not a private thing. Okay, here, let's take a picture. Do we have the flash on? I do not know. Do we have the flash on? Let's take a look here. That's pretty. Hold on here. Come on, camera. Oh, that's why. Okay. Itchy nose. Forgiveness. Even if they don't love you anymore. What song is that? Forgiveness.
That's the heart of the matter, Don Henley.
Thank you. I knew you'd help me with the song. Thank you, Joe Black. Okay, Running Gray Wolf. Please forward this to Midnight Baker. Thank you. Okay, Wolf will have your photo of forgiveness. Okay, good. She'll send you this beautiful picture of Kuan Yin standing. See her dragon? There's her dragon. Fiery dragon, no longer fiery. Her angry dragon has now been forgiven and is no longer on fire. I'll send it, Miss Cat. Hold on, my dear. Hold on. 1000%. Cat. Kuan Yin. Oh, Oh, see, I sent it to Wolf because I know it won't wake her. But like, I'll send it to you too, Claudia. That's why I asked if you had her number. But to send it to if you had Midnight's number, so you could send it to Midnight. But absolutely, you can have it too. Okay, I think everybody should have their copy of Quiet as sung by Don Henley, as sung by Weird Internet People. Amanda, I don't know if you're here and still awake, but this girl in the forgiveness card actually visually reminds me of you. And she's got a star. I'm going to zoom in on her face. She's got a star like right below her third eye. And her aura is mighty light colored, which is nice. Okay. I keep seeing that on playing the world's tiniest violin. Let's see here. Some grandparents were adamant Sicilian. Does anybody else have a read tonight? Ooh, pretty. Got chills when I said it. Can I take that in poster size? No, but Midnight does. Wolf, have your number. Yeah, okay. Boo, 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 boo. Okay, there we go. Yeah, the violin. Cat H. My family back in the day went to war over the Italian-Sicilian thing. It was like the Civil War, North versus South. Parents disowned kids and vice versa. They figured out how stupid they all were eventually. Oh my. And that's two passionate, ends of the same bloodline, like that's a stubborn fight, I bet. I think that Amanda's asleep. I think, Claudia, you asked if you could ask a question. Is anybody else in line? I don't think so, but I also don't, if people have come back around or if they want an extended read or, whatever. Wonder where I get it. I don't think you even need a bloodline for the type of determination you have on the inside. I think you were born with that fire. Ouch. Oh, at least, there's some families that still can't manage amnesia even once the children have entered. The children have entered the chat, so at least there's that, Some people will be like, but Mama, I just had your first granddaughter. And it's like, admit I'm right. I'm not Italian, but I am Irish, like about as Irish as you can get, pretty darn close to about as Irish as you can get outside of Ireland. And but then there's some Scots in there, and then culturally Mexican. I have a weird question about that. First generation. So I know like first generation means the first generation born in the US, but I've always wondered where my grandmother landed. So they came over from County Clare, Ireland in 1905 and it was like I think September or October, and she was born in June of 1905. So she's first generation, right? Because like almost all of her life was there. It doesn't have to do with like soil rights when you're born, right? It has more to do with where the first person to be fully raised in that country. Fighting Irish. I mean, there are the Fighting Irish, but like, I prefer like some of the other methodologies to get through an argument. There's a reason they have 14 children families.
Yeah, that's when they make up from all the fighting.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And sometimes they just fought via that methodology, right? It's like, I got strong feelings. Let's have some triplets. We were together yesterday, right? When I watched that thing about, or read that thing about that Ugandan woman who had 44 children naturally. She and her husband, right? Joe, you were there.
I don't think so. I would remember that.
Didn't I say this one? Didn't we? I guess I must have said it to the kiddo then, because it's one of the people that I'm in the like president of the fan club for. I thought it was you, but so anyway, she's a Ugandan woman. She is just now 40 years old. She has been pregnant 19 times and had 44 children. The only time she did not have a multiple birth was her very last baby that she had, and he was the only one to come that wasn't twins, triplets, or quads.
Wow.
40 years old, 44 natural children.
That's 4 football teams.
Huh?
That's
Four
four.
football?
Yeah. Well, you guys say soccer, but it's football.
Yes, I know. I believe you. You and Bex. I mean, of course you agree. You're members of all the same football clubs and things. But yeah, I mean, like, you think about, like, I think about the women that I know that have had 3 children that have to, like, have a mesh implant, right? Because the stress of that on their bodies, right, causes some organ slippage, for lack of a better explanation. And this woman just has had so many like quadruple births, and she was healthy, strong, working in the field. Um, uh, I'm trying to remember what it was that she was. Some sort of melon in the field was her passion. She said it was her passion. So her passion were her children and this melon. Yeah, yeah, that's true. But really, well, the very last one, her little boy, and she said, I knew he'd be the last one when he was the only one that wasn't multiple. It was like, she said to her, it was like God saying, I just want you to not worry. This is the end now. Right? Right? Like, think about how fast a lot of women have, who have something like quads have to go on on bed rest, to keep from going into labor too early and all this stuff. And she's done it multiple times. It was like, I'll have to see. I'm going to see if I can just find that thing so I can just post the link in chat, because it just, as a female, well, as anybody who's interested in humans and science, but as a female too, like, mother of 44. It is Uganda. The world's most fertile woman, 44 children. Oh, now she's 41 years old. Sorry. A year ago, a year ago, she was, imagine that. She's 41 now, and a year ago, she was 40, you guys. Let's see. She has the, what did it say? The most number of children. Okay, 4 months ago. This is the most recent one, so this is the one I'll post. I'm not sure if it's the one I watched or not, but close enough, you know.
So that melon that she's passionate about, does she like eat a lot of it or something? Maybe
Right.
that's the secret.
That's what I wondered too. And I didn't really see mention of it. Um, but I wondered, like, is this like a fertility melon? Like, is she like come from a family like you, like with your Mimi, who was a midwife, right? Who understood about nutrition and, um, all the things your
Yeah,
Mimi knew.
yeah, the old ways.
She swallowed the seeds, Kat said. She swallowed something sometimes. No, she can't have ever swallowed a number of times she got pregnant. I went full circle there. That was a journey. You're welcome.
We went right along with you.
Thank you. I mean, 40, 44. Can you, I mean, her husband, she said her husband had a great job and her children were sweet and always had stayed, together. They stuck together. But can you just imagine how, when you have 3 or 4 of them in your home, like you look away for 1 second and the number of things, the combination of things that can transpire in that time with 4 children? 44. Yeah, that's slow clapping. Claudia, are you having tech trouble? Do you have a question still, hon? I mean, yeah. When the part of the thing I did watch, she was seemed completely grounded and sane and not. She didn't seem frazzled. Probably it's just like one of the biggest lessons in not sweating the small stuff that the universe can offer anyone. They're like, she needs to get 3 PhDs and don't sweat the small stuff. No, or maybe it's actually Claudia's phone. Literally. I'm sharing this.
Oh, come on, tripod, work. I recall a box of rags.
Oh, well, let me share. I'm trying to copy the link for your storytelling videos to put in the chat, Claudia, and it's not. It's not cooperating. Okay, I will figure it out at another time. Oh, okay. Yeah. I'm sorry. What you said you had a question. I don't even know if it was a read question or if it was just a standard question, but yeah, we have time for a question. We have time for another read, but I understand if people don't want them, that is fine with me. Yummy. It's so interesting. There a lot of the stones I bring up, and they say, "Hey, you should have this one today with you," or whatever. I think they've never said to me to use this one. I mean, I think I've shown it before just because it's so pretty, right? And of course, in this moment, I'm right now forgetting what it's called, but it's literally one for skin. It's a beauty stone, and people make gua sha tools out of it, or they take the spheres and they believe that this particular one is almost like washing your face with a beauty bar. So it's stone, good for, I think it starts with an M. I'm gonna find it. It's gonna drive me crazy. That's probably the one. Oh yeah, especially if the cover, like the pillowcase part, slips off. I'm sorry that happened. Are you putting, like, what works for you to put on it to help it mend itself? Is the word I was looking for and struggling with. Okay. It's not malachite, but I think it starts with M. Where is it? This is going to drive me crazy. As if, I mean, I didn't have very far to go. I didn't even really need to be driven. Just walked.
I just sent my old man that thing about the fertile woman. I think
Yeah. Did he answer?
he would get a kick out of that.
Oh, I bet. He's also going to be like, she's hot. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous, fertile gem. Okay, well, we'll just let my brain barf up what this one is. Okay. Don't sleep on you, Pat. I have two aloe, yeah. Silverdine cream. Is that like colloidal silver? I've never heard of silverdine. So did I'm not certain. I did a cord cutting. So can you give me the context of that? Of like of when I don't remember talking about it. I don't think I've to my knowledge participated in like group meditations where there was cord meditation on cord cutting with one self, right, where you are the practitioner of and the people that are cautious about energy work and things like that often advise a cord thinning as opposed to a cord cutting, just for, health and for it to not be an extremist action. I have to tape a paper towel to a wooden spoon. Yeah, to reach the spot. Oh gosh. I'm trying to think of what would be even better. Those little old rubber spatulas that we like all stirred cakes with in the 70s. Are you, and while you're answering that, Miss Claudia, are you looking to do a cord cutting? Cord cutting. It may not be till we're sort of in the middle of second semester of school for a myriad of reasons. But yeah, Kat's right. He will be that age on Saturday. So, this is technically Friday now, I think, right? Yeah. So Saturday. Saturday. Have what wrong, love bug? Okay, so can you help me? Because I very well could have spoken about cord cutting. Certainly, like when we do the lockdown sort of private sessions where there's like 4 or 5 of us. Yeah, absolutely. You can have her read. Absolutely, absolutely. Everyone new gets a freebie. Need to break away from a mother who doesn't love me like she should. I need to break. Okay, right. And I am very comfortable with helping you like research cord cutting. I mean, there is of course there's a lot of energetic intention behind it, but and some people I think who really are extreme. Not extreme is not the right word. Very in-depth practitioners of energetic work, right? Absolutely experience really intense things. But if you're not somebody that has dabbled like in sort of metaphysical healing and things like that, it still is useful because it's more about having self-talk and adjusting a mindset, of releasing yourself from either imaginary or very real, shackles to someone. It's not always like the mother, even though, it's like umbilical cord representative, right? But like it could be to like a sibling where you had an intensely close relationship, whether that was just because it was close or whether that was a survival thing growing up. Uh, um, and can happen, of course, between a papa bear and a baby bear just as much as with a mother. And then some people practice that kind of energy severing with like old lovers and things too, but I have started to hear more often them use terms like I just said, like energy severing instead of cord cutting, just because it gets a little weird to sort of infer that you were the fetus to your boyfriend or whatever. Celandine cream is excellent for burns. Right. I mean, like, I understand that. And so I think what I'm saying now is like, of course, you and I are in communication, and like, as long as there are times when we're both well, just like we've had private meetings before, we can totally get together with just a handful of us and talk about it, right? Because so I think what I'm looking for now is, do you have specific questions about, like, did you already say, like, how did you say, how do I do it safely? Or I need to go back and read and see what you said. Cord cutting. I need to break away. Okay. So you didn't, but yes, if you have specific questions, that'd be important. And absolutely, no matter what kind of energy work people practice, whether it's like literal, where they're doing some sort of self massage on their vagus nerve, right, which can be extremely beneficial, but also can really tilt your body because it's a really sensitive scenario. The energy work can be the same, especially if it's attached to like a really heavy psychological, mental, emotional, like, thing that feels like a burden or something. You need to make sure you're sort of at the peak, sort of like that. Self-care is really important for weeks leading up to trying something like that. um, realigning your self-talk and the way you speak to yourself, right? That's really important. Knowing very clearly for yourself why, the ritual aspect of it, and I don't mean ritual like pray at the altar to the big witch goddess, what I mean is, why is the practice of it so important to you, right? Because some people could just say, no, I'm moving on, or I'm working on it this way, and some people do need symbolism and they need structure around it and that kind of thing, and that's great, but then you got to just prepare for it like you would any other type of major transition, right? um Either in therapy or journaling, like major journaling, to really have great communication with yourself before you do things like that. Whether I just need to do some breaks. Okay. Like the Christmas card I got from her, she signed my stepfather's name first. I have several I need to break from. Yeah. And there's, and again, cord cutting is like a sort of like a traditionally witchy pagan way. And of course, there's plenty of Christians that have done it, but there's other ways to do it other than just invading your energy body. There's metaphoric ways to do it. There's like, you and I talked about this one night too, about, writing things down and then the burning of paper, but not just like to have a big old boyfriend type bonfire, but you burn the paper, you keep the ashes, you put them in a potted plant, you grow something, because you're not just like blazing it out of your life. You're creating something new, right? You're taking pain and realigning it, right? and then using it for good. So then you use the ash, to help grow plants and that kind of stuff. So we absolutely can talk about it, but just make sure you be like, don't like jump straight into it, I guess is what I'm saying, just because it can really rock your equilibrium, like physically. Sometimes energy work could do that. You are a very sensitive system, and that is not a critique or a compliment. It is just factual. I'm one of those too, and so especially when your body is extremely connected to and reactive with your psyche and all that stuff, you want to make sure you do a lot of prep work first, and again, there's a lot of other things you can do to represent very similar things, and the parting of your energy and working through it. Miss Midnight, I wrote a letter to Mark and didn't cry or get mad. Even when I read it out loud, I still didn't cry. Did you read it to him? You don't have to answer this question too. It's pretty personal. But did you read it to him, or is this like something you did in group, like through the hospice or something? I think you're going to surprise yourself. I mean, I think you're extremely strong, but I think there's some aspects where you think you have it. I think that's just my perception of you. I don't know everything about you, and I don't know you for your whole life or anything like that. But it seems like you don't give yourself enough credit in the strength department sometimes, to me. Miss Midnight, what kind of reading, what kind of question? That will help us pick a deck to do a reading. Did you, and in the meantime, Claudia, did you read it to him? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. You just typed that. I apologize. Didn't Farrah get mad? I wrote the letter to him and thought I would be, to him. Has he heard about it? About her strength, Miss Cat? Yeah. Yeah, I don't feel like, and again, I don't know everything about Miss Claudia, but I don't feel like you give yourself enough props in the strength department. You're pretty strong. Mm-hmm. Joe's causing trouble. He just threw a spitball at me in class. Sorry, I love this candy so much. I know they don't offer like therapy, but often in a hospice group, there's like a nurse will say, hey, there's a group of families that get together independently on Wednesday nights to talk about being the support of a patient. So well, it's okay. So if you've got, I'm sure you've gotten readings before, right? And so for me, because we're new energy to each other, right? I would say, like, either knowing the topic, the topic and the question, the category of the question would help. Just because, like it, just like everything, art is uh, interpreted so many different ways, and everybody's different. I'm like a intuitive reader. I'm not literal. Some people are like crazy awesome cool, and they know the meaning of each card as it was originally intended, backwards and forwards, and then they know it, through the Lenormand style, which was the French way to do tarot, and the Louisiana Bayou. There literally are like encyclopedias of tarot cards, instead of letting the guides talk and then using the cards as visual aids. But that all that long blah 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 being said, right? Then then you know knowing your topic of conversation. Like, I have decks in here that are relationship decks, right? Or that for me are really great, like for self healing, because they really like, oh, like this is one of my favorite decks. And it's just like, I mean, like, it makes my inner child like so excited. And then she made an even bigger deck. Her name is, this artist goes by the name Kitten Chops, right? And it looks like, hold on, let me find a really good one. They look like illustrations from children's books, right? And so, if somebody's asking about their children, or they're asking about, sort of deep down inner feelings working, or they have a playful question that's frisky, this has good energy for that. Or this other one that looks like war, like somebody was like, you know what, I want a tarot deck to look like a war. That I wouldn't choose that if you had like a frisky question. And then also, you being intuitive of your own accord, you might say, I want that deck. Like, I can feel that that is the right tool for me. Let's see what I want to say. Did you mail it to it? I know I'm stronger than I was 7. Well, yeah. No. Mark does not know where he is anymore. Oh, 7 months. 7 months ago. Absolutely. You think you're pulling this fine with me? Not spoke to him but twice since he has been gone. Next cat, your card should be there by Catterday. Sounds like writing it out is a helpful way of getting it off your chest. Yeah. Greatest strength in doing reads. Meaning, feel free to use whichever way you feel is best for you to communicate with my slacking. You feel like your team's slacking. I appreciate that you have a relationship with them like that, because I do too. Yeah, I do look at the symbolism on the cards, and then sometimes it's just easier to have the cards than to explain. Like, there's, my guides are talking in my ear, and they're doing most of the work for me. I'm just like a parrot or a radio or something. But instead of just saying that and have somebody go, oh great, my hands, my feelings and my thoughts are in the hands of a functional schizophrenic. Visual aids are just helpful. Long-term sabbatical. Okay, so I guess the most important thing is, do you have a specific, either I have a really specific question, or could we could we pull some cards and look at my career, or could we pull some cards and look at my love life, or my family life, or my friend life, or can we pull some cards and just see what it says and go from there? Long-term sabbatical still makes me laugh. Claudia too, and I'm sure this was not my idea, to be honest. I think it's some, one of my guides or one of your guides or whatever. But I was just thinking, as Kat was saying, it sounds like writing it out is a helpful way of getting it off your chest. Because you love to sing and you're so musical, if you could also write these things down and sing them, just your own home, form a song out of it, because then the words would be at least the facts as you see them, and the tune, right, the melody would be your feelings as they crop up. And it might be an interesting way, especially since you're so musical, for you to process a lot of things you have going on. Feel free to use whichever way feels best way to communicate with my slacking team of Still, do you have a specific question, or you just want a general? We can do a general, and then see if sometimes people don't know. Like, I don't know what to ask, and then like you drop the first 4 cards in a journal, and it starts talking about something, and they go, "Oh yeah, I want to know about that." Can we ask if anybody from my team is still present in this universe? Do they have a suggestion? Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Okay, so we are looking to figure out a tarot deck for Miss Midnight. And we're just getting to know each other. So, because we don't know each other's energy or like preferred communication style, that kind of stuff, other than comedy, because I can already tell comedy's big over there. But do you guys have a suggestion about where we can start with Midnight? I wish, right now, because you're a baker, I wish I had like a sweets and baked goods deck, right? Speak the language of bread. Or candy or something. If I'd had one of those when my maternal grandmother who was living, she that would have been like the best ever way to do her readings, because sweets were everything. I'm not chubby because I ignore sweets, but my God, she just had a relationship with them that was very special. Wish I could scream and cry and cuss about everything. Well, you can, but if that feels not natural to you, there's so many ways you can cry and scream, right? You can get some cardboard and acrylic paint and cry and scream all over that page with the paints. They might continue in the forgiveness card theme. Okay, someone upstairs finally woke their butts up. They might continue in the forgiveness card theme. Okay. So to me, that speaks about inter and intra-personal relationships. So even though sometimes people interpret this one as a romance deck, we're going to pull this one out as one of yours, which is the Modern Love Tarot. Golden pink. It's an Ethne deck. She's this Brit. She's got a YouTube channel. She's this awesome Brit that designs decks and reads and stuff. And okay, so yeah, so forgiveness. So like that's an inter and intra. We could use that one. And then I think we might. I think probably inner child is coming over here. What's here? That made me laugh only because I pulled a card that looks like my husband a little bit. And it's not, I don't know if you'd find that flattering. Let's see here. I think those are too literal. Yeah, okay, we're gonna start. We're gonna start with the mother deck and let's just start shuffling here and kick it for a second here. So guides, archangels, angels, guides, mine and midnights. We're just gonna start shuffling. Who would like to use these tools in the commission of information for midnight, please? Get these things shuffled. Whatever goes, anything goes. So upstairs finally woke their butts up. You were talking about seeing energy. Do you Haley Joel Osment? Do you see dead people a lot? Or hear dead people a lot or something? Or feel dead people? I mean, not in a romantic way. Ew, 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 ew. The whole archangel group. We're gonna need a bigger boat for a bigger deck. Yeah. Oh well. Listen. You know what? We should do that. That's something we did for most people early on. Is we got these little archangel cards out and we tried to figure out who goes there, right? Let's do that really quick and see if we can't. We get just a smidge of information about Midnight's archangels. I'm starting to love international angels so much in the sense that, people sort of attribute angels to like Christianity aligned, things. But, there are so many angels, that you can read about that, cropped up in like Ashkenazi Judaism and, Norse, like pagan mythology. They had angel-like creatures and strange experiences. I don't want to make you uncomfortable, but like if it's fun, if there's any aspect that's fun to talk about, like, strange experiences like the gray aliens come in my house twice a week and play dominoes and really enjoy stealing my little tinfoil hats? Or is it like I am the queen of like deja vu and like relived moments? Or are you the gal that every stranger with a long story, finds immediately at the party, and before they tell you their name, they say, my mother never loved her own mother, It's like, hello to you too. Happy New Year. How are you enjoying the party? Have I noticed that angels are male? No, they seem to, I think they're probably all of them like non-gender, right? But there are some that certainly present visually as more masculine and many that present quite femininely. Usually getting my butt out of trouble. What I thought was a person helps me out of a jam and then disappear. Oh, Joe had an angel on a beach one time.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
Um,
I'm going to shuffle and you can talk about that. But I think everybody here might have one after you. Like, you know.
yeah, I mean, it was a time in my life where I didn't know it yet, but I was in for some changes, and I went to Barbados and I was on the beach, just looking at the sunset, as one does. And and I was just minding my own business, and I can't tell you what she looks like now, but I remember thinking at the time, like, this is one of the most beautiful human beings I've ever seen, and she looked like if you took every single race from every corner in the world and put it in a blender and just mixed it all up, and this person just came up to me and with a very, compassionate tone, she said, it's not easy, is it? And I said no, and we just shared some pleasant conversation, not very, very, proper, two strangers talking. And then just like that, as quickly as she came, she disappeared, But um, that encounter is still something that I remember, very, very clearly. And it felt like somebody was compassionate to me, So, well, yeah, that's the story. Did I miss anything? Any part of the story?
Beach angel. I mean, I don't think so. Like, she came up and immediately gave you feedback, Yeah, cheeky beaky. I hear you, baby bird. Cheeky beaky. Or you're like, please cover up my cage, woman. What are you having all these salons all night long? Cheeky beaky. E-bird. We are looking for archangels. Beaky, can you say archangel? Cheeky beak. Yeah, pretty bird. We need to get archangel cards from Ms. Midnight. Archangel cards. Wow. You guys are really like, I'm trying to get them in order, sis. Okay. One more. That song, I don't know exactly what that song is. I think it's Chris Brown, but it plays like all over like the shorts on YouTube and the shorts on TikTok, and they sing about Robitussin. Okay, these are one more. Do you think it's going to be a duplicate? Let's find out. Okay. Let's look. Let's look. Who popped first? You popped first. Okay. So, when you were first to pop is Archangel Azrael, which I'm not sure. I'm not certain that in all the time I've done people's cards, I'm not sure anybody ever has gotten Azrael. And in terms of what they claim is his specialty, what he majored on in college. Hold on, let's see. Here's the weird part. All experiences at the time it's happening, it's totally normal and most boring that you'd never mention it to anyone. But one guy helped me by picking up my car with his hands. That is amazing. And it was nothing out of the ordinary to me. I felt stupid because I didn't think of doing it beforehand. That's how normal it was to just lift up the car with your hands to fix the problem. That's amazing. Was the car on top of someone or something? I assume maybe. So, Archangel Azrael heals your heart when changes and losses bring about grieving. Call upon Azrael to help you move forward fearlessly and let go of the past. So, only you can tell me like how things resonate with you, right? But the one card I pulled being about forgiveness, that checks out in my opinion. Azrael checks out. The next one was Archangel. Some people say Raziel. Some people say Raziel. So Archangel Raziel is the wizard-like angel of spiritual secrets and mysteries who will open doors of opportunity for you. He'll also speed you along the pathway of manifestation so you'll enjoy success much more quickly than seems logically possible. Okay, again, based on the things you've just said, things that seem normal, but all of a sudden someone pops into is like manifests into your life to pick up a car, that also checks out based on what the very few things I know about you, right? That resonates. I hit an object and it got stuck underneath the car and wouldn't move middle of the night. That's amazing. And so you said one guy helped me by picking my car. Did the guy just like sort of come out of nowhere, or did he come in a car? Like, was it one of those things where like God, the divine, Allah, whatever you call source, right? Sent energy and utilized a person to help you, or is this somebody that sort of just appeared out of nowhere? I had a feeling you were going to say that. Did he just disappear back into nowhere, or did he like sort of make sure that you got back into the flow of life before he left? Okay, the other one was Raguel. Hello, my tummy. You're quite loud. Okay. Raguel is the archangel who creates harmony within relationships and who can help you make decisions that involve other people. Call upon Raguel to bring about peace between you and others. Okay, so and then there that matches. So I would say that they're giving us pretty good feedback based on the few things I know about you, right? They're giving us pretty decent feedback for it to be, somebody that's basically, they're calling it release, but that's a forgiveness angel. When changes and losses bring about grieving, move forward fearlessly and let go of the past, right? And then the other one, who sort of basically Raziel, mystery, open doors of opportunity. So like about the manifestation, right? And then once again, to just reiterate, you had Raguel, who creates harmony within relationships and creates peace, right? Peace between you and others. And that sounds an awful lot like forgiveness, because peace between you and others, sometimes you don't even have to see that person ever again. You just know that there's peace there. Just appeared from a car. I was on a long road, so should have seen him coming, but I didn't think about it. Then he left and I turned around and he and car were gone. Yeah. So Claudia, I can't remember. Do you have each other's numbers or not? I'm going to take pictures of these archangels here. I'll send them to the two people that you seem to know. Okay. Okay, angels, say cheese. Cheese. What's interesting is these guys seem like the people that have had this, we've done this. Their archangels certainly seem to sort of circle back in a lot of situations where, because I won't remember because I'll be tired, or it'll have been something that happened sort of during channeling when I can't remember, and then I'll be like, "What did you have Uriel?" Because I think Uriel's here, and they'll be like, "Yes, Uriel was one of mine." Regulars, and any of the angels can help you. At any time, but like this is like your pantheon, like your specific special helpers. So this is going to be for Midnight Baker. Sometimes this part with the little angel cards feels like the 1980s when like Avon ladies or like Mary Kay ladies, like our moms, they came and they were like, before we can be of regular service, we got to run your colors so we know in the future how to serve you. Figuring out your guys is like running your colors for Midnight Baker. Okay, so I sent it to two people that I think have your phone numbers or phone number. Where did the rest of the angels go? You went over here. Just left me. Yeah, I sent it to you and I sent it to Wolf. That way she gets. That's funny. I appreciate. I can't. I'm not sure. You called yourself an old lady, but were you around at the time that were in the era of ladies selling makeup out of catalogs?
They can't make Edward Scissorhands today because the Avon lady, nobody knows who that is.
Yeah. I don't think so. I think they'd have to be like the lady at Sephora who matched your foundation, You know what I mean? Like that's the closest thing. Or now that they have those bots on beauty websites, right? Where it like takes a picture of your skin and then the robot tells you. Which is both extremely accurate and also sometimes way off kilter. I gotta cover up this sweet bird. Oh wait, no, she says don't you dare. Never mind. I thought she looks tired, and then I made like a micro movement towards her, and she like, you close that curtain. Okay. I'm just curious now, only because. So tell us. Chakra work here. We're getting all green stamps. You know, green stamps definitely, you know, in my life and age group existed. You know, like my cousins that were a little older than me or my age in different states. But where I grew up, I was always disappointed because they talked about the green stamps and we didn't have that. Oh yeah, the Sears and Roebuck's catalog. Both, I like the old-fashioned one that almost looks like a farmer's almanac too. I hear you, cheeky beaky. Baby bird. Pretty bird. Is that what you said? Yeah. Very smart. Pretty bird. That's right. Very smart. Very smart baby bird. Midnight Baker. Very smart baby bird. That came fast. Okay. Because since we haven't really met each other, I just pulled from the my little Chakra Love deck. I don't know why they call it Chakra Love, but it is a chakra deck, right? And it talks about like useful crystals for people that are into that. But number one tells you like, hey, these are the chakras to pay attention to, right? And so 2 throat chakra cards turned up. Vulnerability, showing vulnerability as a sign of strength. Throat chakra, and they talk about sodalite because it's a blue stone, and blue stones work with the throat chakra in terms energetically speaking. And if you're not somebody into like the chakra system, right, it still just sort of helps pinpoint like sort of areas of like emotional blockage. So throat chakra would indicate like if it's blocked, that maybe you really know what you think about things and how you feel about things, but you don't always speak them. You don't always speak them to others or speak them even to yourself. And so it can show like that there was going to be a clog. I just found out the young lady I kept is now married with twins. Oh, phone books as weapons. Yes. So yeah, throat chakra, you got 2 throat chakras and 1 sacral chakra, right? So this throat chakra talks about sodalite, which is blue for the throat chakra, helping open it. And this is about vulnerability, showing vulnerability is a sign of strength. So that would be about, speaking your truth fully, with your whole voice, as the kids like to say, right? This is the other throat chakra, lapis lazuli, right, which is another blue stone. And then it talks about expression. Express your true self. The world needs you. So again, it's about like you may know who you are. All your actions may be exactly who you are, but they're saying you could put more stock in being brave enough to say, here I am. This is what I think. This is how I feel. And then sacral chakra, peach moonstone. And this actually talks about fertility in this case. But, again, like if you're either disinterested in fertility or pre or post, or, fertility can also mean, abundance, right? So it says, let your life burst forth from the seeds of creation. And then it recommends peach moonstone. And then the sacral chakra, for those that know the system, like holds, it's a big trauma holder. That sacral chakra, keeping that thing open and clear and healthy is the challenge for everyone probably, but for women, who either have just lived in the world today where the threat of sexual violence and bodily violence is prevalent, or actually somebody who has experienced those types of situations. Booster seats, yes. Lots of allergies. Once I started opening my mouth, the big trouble began. The big trouble medically, or the big trouble metaphorically, or both. But oh yeah, that Chris Brown song. It's on every video, like every short. And like I just know it's like fucking Robitussin. That's what I hear like 27 times. Like I don't really know the whole song. Baby, who cares? Do 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 do. You know, talks about like they can't get high on Molly or whatever. Your body lightweight speaks to me. That one. Okay, back to shuffling this relationship. Lots of allergies. Open your mouth. The big trouble. Tailbone injury. Tailbone injury. Wait, hold on. I missed something before you said that. I can feel your pain. Mine is broken. Your tailbone is broken or your throat chakra? My tailbone injury from booster season. I'm trying to figure out what you said, Kat, about your tailbone. Yeah, those sacroiliac, they seem to get a whole bunch of us, and it's like, what goes on in that joint particularly that makes it so like family? Of course, once I started speaking my mind, I found all of them to know it. Yeah, I've had a big year for that personally. It's been a big year with big girl feelings about that kind of shit. Offended all of them. Yep. So okay, good. So we're doing just a general spread. The Modern Love Tarot, which is about relationships, romantically often, but can definitely be, paralleled into other types of intense friendships and familial links and things like that. And then literally this other deck that they brought up is called Mother, the Mother Tarot. Two throat chakras and one sacral. Yes. Right? And like it's interesting as you age, like I sort of thought, in my case, the year I've had personally, I thought that I either had forgiven and moved past some stuff, or like I was doing a forgive and forget, or had just let it go, right? And went along with things as you are indicating. Cheeky beaks, I hear you, baby bird. Cheeky beaks. But as soon as something happened that they disliked, it's like, you might as well be an institutionalized church, my family. Mother Tarot should come with me. Dun dun dun. Have we met somewhere under another screen name or something? I'm so sorry, Miss Claudia. I know a lot of us have varietals of injuries that are similar to that. But I'm still sorry that happened. And also just the tailbone. When your tailbone's cracked or is a bear. Now I'm reminded again, it's been a long time since I, was in a situation where I allowed somebody to pop me good in the face, right? So I haven't been bludgeoned in and around this area for some time, and I was not bludgeoned this week, but the dentist did still, literally crack my jaw, break my jaw. And I was like, oh, I remember some of this stuff. It's been a weird year of like saying, hey, remember all that stuff that you just let go? You thought you were just letting it go, right? Like, no. We held it aside because you still have to cope with it and sort through it. We just waited for you to be a big girl. Dun dun dun, Mother Tarot. I got this from this Mother Tarot just came to my door one day from a lovely, lovely, lovely old friend. It was a very lovely sort of message in a bottle to receive. It's bird. Bird is new. Many animals in this house. Bird still new. Very new. To the world, too. Because what are you? You're not 7 months yet. You're 6 months old. A beaks. Learning words. Learning how to throw a fit like Woodstock and just tear stuff up like a woman scorned. He had a beak of fire. She was a bird scorned. See what happens when they meet on the same perch. Next week on It's for the Birds. I'm not drunk, I swear. Okay, but it is in fact. Yep. Okay. Yep. Hold on 1 second, Joe. I don't know if you've got a good knock joke. I'll be right back.
Oh boy, I don't have a good knock joke.
Okay.
Does anybody else have one?
What do you call 500 female pigs and 500 male deer?
500 female pigs. Those are sows and
Oh, I'm sorry,
what?
50. I'm sorry. The math, of course my math is bad. 50 female pigs and 50 male deer. There we go. That math is easier.
I don't know. What do you call 50 female pigs and 50 male deer?
$100,000.
Oh. Right.
Right. He says, I'm out of here. Anybody got a real joke? Stop joking, I mean it. Anybody want a peanut? Yeah, she'll talk. She'll hear. I mean, right now she's speaking with her polite throat chakra voice, but she's not afraid. Okay, I really will mute so you can tell one joke.
But I don't have one joke anyway. So how is everyone? Does anybody have a joke? I have one bad joke. Did you hear about the guy that got lost in the cornfield? He came out amazed. Very rainy, quite rainy these days. Um, usually associate Caribbean weather with lots blue skies and sunshine and stuff, but we've been having lots of rain. I mean, so much rain that like 9 o'clock in the morning, it looks like six. It's overcast and dark. Okay, I got one more. What did the janitor say when he jumped out of the closet? Supplies.
I started laughing, and the bird started laughing. So I was like laughing, and she was like, like she was mocking you. Basically, is how it sounded.
Yeah, she's a sassy Malassie.
I don't know where she gets that because I'm so
I have
sincere.
no clue, where did she learn that stuff?
That's so great. He allows you to be a regular human cat. That's amazing. But isn't it? It's weird. It's weird when you haven't been around too many of those people, right? And then you apologize for a lot of things, and they're like, "Why are you apologizing for being alive, or you know, having a feeling or a thought, or even though usually the people that ask those type of questions already are smart enough to know exactly why you're doing that, but they still, pose that question.
Family must have a boogeyman. Here comes the boogeyman. You call him now. It must be someone that turned you against the family. You couldn't possibly think for yourself. Mm. Is this? I'm wondering between like just midnight. Um, is this, maybe we'll show up your cards even, but just for the sake of socialization. Is this linked to institutionalized faith slash religion? It smacks of it, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's the same. Is it um is it like warped or is it just 7 seconds behind again?
I think it's because you're probably too far from the mic, and so it eats some of the words.
Does it? I haven't really moved too far.
Okay,
I
okay,
don't.
that's fine. That was really good. But before that,
Thank you.
you're welcome.
It was warbly or something.
A little bit.
Maybe it's just because I'm ruffling and rustling things too much or something. Okay. Main question is, okay. We're starting with they want to start with the modern love deck. Which one of us?
You.
Mm. I asked if what you were saying had a lot to do with institutionalized faith slash religion, because it sort of smacked of that, but it also could very much just be, the structure of a family. But some of the things you were saying sort of have a sort of, a hue or a tint of spiritual abuse type stuff. And then I probably just rambled about, well, maybe we'll find it in the cards, but I just want to know. I'm always munching candy. Sorry about that.
Nah, we can't blame the candy this time. I think it was just the proximity to the mic.
I'm sure that the type of person that hates mouth sounds is like, I'm never coming to this site again. Like Joe, I don't know how he does it. No, just dysfunctional. Okay.
Like I know with my family, divorce was never something that was approved of. And when my mother went through that, she was basically shunned for the majority of the family.
But your father wasn't.
No, no,
Mm-hmm. And he got divorced too.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And it was even, he remarried, so he sort of came back into the norm. The fact that my mother never did, people were always suspicious of that. I think it's much easier now. It's more common, but back then it wasn't.
Plus, what's the quote? There's nothing more, what, controversial than a woman having fun or something. And your mother was good at that.
She always did things on her terms. And I think that rubbed a lot of people the wrong way.
Ooh, narcissists are super fun. Right, that was the last piece of candy, so that's good. I mean, not for me. I said, but yeah, they say that you know, some people don't know, like if they come from a narcissistic family or from narcissistic like parents, power structure. Because if the parent is in a okay mood and they have managed to have some connection to the child, they view the child as an extension of themselves. So while that's still not fair and there's still a lot of abuse that comes from that angle, they still get a lot of basic and even beyond basic needs met because they're not seen as separate from the mothership.
Right.
Yeah, but the circle going broken. But you broke it. You broke it into pieces. You did it.
Okay, that's happening again with the mic. I think it's
It's when I
swallowing.
talk to them, probably. Or is it happening right now too?
No, it's fine. It's fine now.
I think it's when I turn to speak to them.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Wow. Yeah, no kidding. Narcs on steroids. The narcs that will pulp you up. I'm sorry, I'm not making fun. I'm just ridiculous human. Okay, guides. How many? How many from this deck? Okay, I hear you. This land. Okay, here. Okay. Who else is flipped over here randomly? So these parked to the side, or was this flukish, guys? Okay.
I hope your headache goes away.
Oh, Pix, I'm so sorry. It's still there. I was hoping that, like, since you came in with it, like, that maybe you'd smoked or dozed off or something. I'm so sorry. Don't forget to have birthday party and to ask Tinkerbell about like before Christmas when we can get together. The 21st, which is her birthday, right? Maggie's. Hold on really quickly. I probably, if they're still going to have me after everything that's gone on, I'd probably work. But I want to see. Okay, so that's a Wednesday. So if things are going normally, and you guys wanted to speak directly to her, although she's telling me she'd rather you have a party together and then do the reading some other time. So never mind. Sanity square root. Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Feel better. Don't forget to get warm on that big bone, though. Like, if it's cold to the touch, like they said earlier. Like with Amanda, they always talk about how her extremities, her hands and feet are cold. And she says they usually are, which, living in the desert, I think, wow. This is interesting for a general read. Which deck next? Okay, I heard you loud and clear. The same number? Okay. Okay, because we parked. Okay. I'll keep these parked here. Support cards already. This is for midnight. Interesting. Ooh. And they want one of these. These flip like. This deck doesn't come out too much. Yeah, they do. They do tell man to put socks on all the time. But yeah, if your hands and feet are cold, and you have a migraine, warm those suckers up. It's like you want all of this cold, right? But then everything else warm for whatever reason. Come on. Square cards are hard for me. I'm not talented. Love you, Pick. Sleep well. You probably already left, but still love you. They're all nuts. $40. Okay, I see. Okay. That's interesting. Okay. Very witchy. It's the season of the witch. Let's see here. One more deck to go.
You have the card with me. Yeah. I don't even know like what these like combined because I haven't read them yet, but like just the way they're like weird. Great. Close your curtain, please. I hear French.
Okay. I heard you. Okay, that's not two more though. Okay, here's the one. Okay, thank you. And here's the other. Lots. There's a lot of major arcana in here for you, Ms. Baker. Let's see. Modding in MM. Was that something that modding? I say they're just going to say got called ugly. Me neither. I'm sorry, it's because I love cats so much, but she did. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm just now, because I was doing the cards, I'm just catching up with what's being said. Yeah, okay, there it is. Because I was going to say she used her religion as a battering ram on cats. Whole being, and it makes me very angry. Did somebody tell you today you were going to hell? Oh, I'm sorry. I want to ask questions about everything that I just read, but and here's the thing too. Kat is so great at communicating directly. She gives people so much leeway, right? And then instead of getting dramatic or over frustrated, she just doesn't, bullshit around, right? She goes straight in and says, "Hi, I'm confused about the dynamic we are having," right? Confused about this dynamic. You said you would like this type. I'm trying to execute that for you. And she got I don't mean this really honestly about a whole entire group of people, but she got filleted as only a Southern Christian could fillet. Because there's hypocrisy, of course, in everyone's family and in mine too, on all the sides, and no matter where they're from. But the southern end of my family, the ones that are religious, they just use that as it's not just an excuse or a way to manipulate. It's a weapon for direct aggression. Told you today you were going to hell. I guess I don't leave my house because who I I don't even know who would have had time to tell me that. were you just like at the library or something, Claudia? Like, where were you that somebody came at you like that? Big girl panties. Sorry, I'm silent. I'm reading. I missed one little chunk, Claudia. I saw this lady liked me when, and I don't know when, right? But then you said she, and then I got the she can't decide if she likes me or not. So she likes you when you do what? Is this like somebody through? How do you? What is your connection to this human person? Okay, so I want to keep tabs on this conversation too, but I'm going to talk a little bit about the cards that came out. So we pulled from the Modern Love Tarot, from the Mother Tarot, and from the Playful Heart Tarot. Why I have such a time remembering the name of my absolute favorite deck. And they just sort of wanted me to pull 4, 4, and 4, and then sort of a pile here that I'm not sure what they want me to do with. And again, I apologize. You'll have to tell me, like, if I'm super off. Hopefully not. Hopefully they're with me. I have some self-doubt some nights when I'm just, tired or hurting or whatever, but like, it's really them. So, and they don't, they're not inaccurate. So I guess my point is, if I misinterpret what they've provided, I apologize to both you and them. Oh, no, ma'am, this is a neighbor. She said you know how to get things for free. I was telling her how if you are homeless and hungry, Chick-fil-A will feed you. I said how I went to Chick and then oh, so you were like telling her all the cool things right? Like about how you're in that Amazon group and you got all that free stuff via writing reviews. She's told you were going to help because you fed yourself when you were hungry? Is that really the bottom line of this story? So, well, I'm sure we'll go back and forth. I realized I forgot my wallet and I offered to sign an IOU and the manager said no. You lied to them for a meal. You didn't lie to them. You forgot your wallet. That was one. I had one of my kid was like 2, and we were coming back from a big family holiday thing where we'd been all night, and he had been very unhappy because of their style of relating to children, and hadn't eaten well and stuff. And we went by McDonald's, and I had left. I grabbed at that point like the kid bag, right? It wasn't. I think he was like 2, so it wasn't really like a full diaper bag, but still the kid bag, and left my bag. And it was late. He needed food, and the girl in the drive-through was like, I'm just gonna buy your dinner. And I was like, that's the sweetest thing in the history of everything, right? And so please thank you so much. I will accept, I will accept for my kid. Please don't keep the stuff I ordered for me. And then I was really excited because sometimes, when people do things that wonderful and then you go back to talk to their manager and say, hey, they're great. The manager sort of just smirks like, well, we don't have a comment card or whatever. But I went back, and gave her, left her. I don't think she was on the shift the first time I went back, and left her the money for the Happy Meal, because like she changed that kid's whole night. And when I was very disappointed in my mothering abilities and I was failing, and she was like right there, so when I went back and I left her the money, and thank goodness she had a great manager, and I was like, can I write something? Right. So I wrote a thing, and they did what they should do for people like that. And they promoted her, and they put her in the newsletter. And, I was like, this is in my size town of, like, it's not huge. It's like 1.7 million, right? We're sort of like just in the middle of sizes, but there's so many different people that own a McDonald's franchise that just don't care. This person, like, well, that place will have my business forever because they did right. She was kind to me. They did right by her. It was just a really awesome experience. They would not let me. Yes, this lady is an oddball. Mark was in the hospital. I was going to the hospital and trying to get there. I pulled in and went into order, and I realized I forgot my wallet. Is that who it was? Was it did you say it was your neighbor? This is your neighbor? She would wet her undies. So I think we can multitask on conversations. So far, like how these cards read 4, 4, and 4. It definitely looks like, just in a very, like, at the very basic level, like there's been, and what I can't tell is, so the cards sort of reflect, hey, there's been a split with convention. Like, you're splitting with convention. There were some conventions that you did participate in. And again, this is just the beginning of a general read. So I don't know, like, if you just participated in them because, hey, they, in this scenario, they were working, and then when they ceased to work, you were parting with these conventions, and not everybody is thrilled by that, right? Or, you know, once we get support cards, maybe I'll be able to see, but, or if you never were conventional and you got sort of convinced into the fact that maybe some conventions and standard type ways of living wouldn't kill you, like, and that they might be something worth, giving a go. And then, but this reflects pretty consistently it looks like a desire for freedom from conventional things, first of all. And let's just start at the beginning. So the first card that came is the King of Wands. And this guy is Sagittarius King. Talk to Shiva under and share stories. Shiva is grateful to manage this called headquarters until they did neighbors. Okay, so that's the first person that greets us in this reading, and he definitely, at least in this deck, visually they're doing everything they can to distinguish him as alt, as left of center, right? But he's still, wands are fire. He's still, I have a feeling, like, I'm sorry if I'm talking too basically to you. I have a feeling a lot more about some of these things about tarot and how it works and stuff, probably than I do in terms of the decks being accurate and things like that. So I'm sorry if I over explain something that you already are familiar with, right? But so anyway, this card, like it's a big effort to show somebody who is the master of their fate, is thriving and way more than surviving, but in very boldly and proudly planting their flag in the land of not conventional, right? So that's sort of where your read started, right? Immediately followed by the Five of Wands, which in this deck is pretty, like, these are pretty nice and clear images, right? This is pretty clear as to what, this is a parting of the ways. Now, again, this deck is called the Modern Love Tarot and often is intended, okay, Jojo, often is intended for the relationships of a romantic bent, but of course it doesn't literally have to be the splitting of a traditionally united couple, right? But it is a severing of ties with something that's sort of a standard issue type arrangement in our current culture. And she is the one leaving here. She is actively the one leaving. He is not thrilled about it and threatened by it, right? I think what's also interesting about, like, the way some of these cards are expressed is the how much order there is in this disorder for this woman, how very perfectly aligned and color coded her suitcases are in the back seat, as if to say, like, things are falling into place for her because she's unwilling to trade her happiness for something, that everybody's supposed to want, and trade, so anyway, she's finding order in the disorder. And when she leaves, sort of close to having her heart on her sleeve, her heart's on her luggage, she's pretty committed to moving forth and forward, right? She takes this sort of maverick spirit, right, and is moving on from some form of conventional ass trap, right? The next card that comes up is interesting because it's the Ten of Cups, which is sort of like the ultimate, like it's like family goals. Oh, thanks. Thank you. I appreciate that. I have a feeling you know how to do this a lot better. I'm very curious about your relationship with these types of tools. But okay, so then it's the Ten of Cups, and that's sort of like saying this is the penultimate. This is no matter how it looks, really, this card always represents this is the ultimate happy daily family life for me personally. And so what's interesting is, like, he's getting in his car. He starts off by getting in his car and, announcing his independence, his creative and artistic freedoms, right? Or we should just say she, because that's who you are. So Midnight announces that, right? And then the next step, once they live in their power, right, is to then say, you know what doesn't serve my happiness and my power is this convention. I'm packing up, and oh my God, look how beautiful my things look as I leave. Look at how my heart is perfectly intact as I'm making this decision. And as I move away from this convention, I feel the kind of happiness, the kind of closeness to what I feel like an intimate, truly personal to me, truly tender-hearted, loving my life arrangement. That's what I'm moving towards as I am leaving this situation. I'm moving towards my personal home life bliss, my interpersonal delight, right? And then the next thing is the Ace of Swords. The Ace of Swords inverted. Now, a lot of people might, interpret this myriad of ways, right? Often, swords are air and thought, and so it could be interpreted a lot of ways. I think I would choose in this particular, like what feels right to me so far is so we're moving towards our bliss, and this often is like a new school of thought, and a doorway and an entryway to a new school of thought. This isn't a new school of thought for you. You totally know already. You've always known what freedom feels like to you, at least on the inside. You've known yourself. It's not like you just woke up recently. You might have been trying to, oh, I hate this saying, but be a square peg in a round hole for whatever reason, right? But you didn't just have some sort of epiphany. You've been pretty self-aware the whole time. So you're not moving towards this brand new, amazing concept of, oh, my freedom looks like however I want it to. You've always known. And so it's like, hey, this ain't new to me. You may think it is, because there's moving on and there is a statement of creative and artistic and colorful freedom, and and all of the and claiming all of the fantastic sensory things that come with how freedom fits you, how it's just like a second skin, and and how that to you that freedom feels more like home than any kind of structure anybody could ever trap you in, and that's nothing new. So then it transitioned to the mother deck, and here's where like you start really getting just like like you got quite a few major arcana from here on out. So you start off with the Fool, right, which is the beginning of the journey of the tarot, right? It's the beginning again, and in this particular deck, it's represented by Sky Gaia, Sky Gaia giving birth, right, to her new life. And, so in this particular case, I would interpret it as this freedom feels good, but you labored in some way to get it. Here we go. Uh-oh. So this could go a lot of different ways, right? Clearly. But I would interpret that you labored to get to where you are. And to birth this new opportunity. And I understand that the card is called the Fool, and often, it represents, a folly of a journey, right? But the way this deck represents it, right? This is not a fool. This is just a new chapter. This is a new chapter of a pretty self-aware main character. It's just a new chapter, and man, she labored, and this thing that she's birthing, it's going to be the most precious thing to her that ever exists. Like, I mean, literally, she's up there, like, it's the sun. She is giving birth to her own sun, S-U-N. This is interesting. I don't use this particular deck a lot yet, but they haven't called me to it until like every so often. So the next one is the Four of Wands. And again, this really, to me, is echoing that no matter what it may look like, because of whatever surrounds you, whatever chaos is surrounding these decisions you're making in the eyes of other people, to you are extremely comfortable. Like either you're returning to or finally getting to experience what you've always known feels like, being just completely comfortable. Look at that woman. Look at how like unashamed and how comfortable she is in her own state, in her own skin. These changes or this stirring, I think it's more than a stirring, right? I'm trying to figure out. My brain just did Tori Amos. Oh, these little earthquakes, here they go again, right? But it's this anything in the environment that smacks of instability or imbalance, that has nothing to do with what's going on internally. Your skin is very comfortable to you. Who you are in your natural state is something that you don't just accept. You can take pleasure in it. You can take a great amount of comfort in it. And there's no shame, especially in that particular card. There's no shame in that woman's game, like none. And wands, are fire and action, and while it is an action, it's just it's so comfortable that it looks damn near like relaxation. I'm not sure how else to put it. The next thing you got is the Six of Cups. So to me, in this particular situation, based on the trajectory that we're taking here, I would say that, not only have we been moving in a direction where we are announcing who we are and having busted give a dams and are starting to feel really the moments where we're totally allowed to be in ourselves, great amounts of pleasure. And then here's a whole group of people like that. This is the Six of Cups. But look at that. Like, that's like finding your tribe. Now, in this particular thing, it's either very maternal or sapphic or both, right? And could that be the case? Yeah, maybe. Maybe this reading is extremely detailed and I don't know it, right? But this is, look at this woman, this is definitely her tribe. They are all extremely comfortable and it's a cups card too, right? So it's also, it's an emotional vulnerability and comfortability. That's one badass tribe too, let me just say. The next is the Four of Cups, and while I don't necessarily see all of it in the way they chose to interpret it here, sometimes that can be a little bit about, well, no, I think I would in this case interpret it, I would interpret it as just a little bit like being skewed in sort of the self-care department. And while this picture you're going to see, she still is very much accepting like her freedom, and there's so many really powerful positive things about this. There are some things where there might, I would say, like, instinctually, it's like just the thing that lies underneath, like the first thing so far that just even feels remotely like interpersonally, maybe a little like on shaky ground, is that there might be, even though all of this feels right and demanding and declaring all of, the war on whatever convention this was is the absolute right thing and it feels good, there is a small tendency to self-punish, right? There, even when, and it probably is familial training, relationship training, cultural training in some capacity, where even though like there's knowledge that you're moving the direction you really want to be moving, for the most part. Are there trade-offs? Yes, but there is a tendency of that thing that was trained, like that sort of self-rejection that sort of gets in there and sort of acts a little bit as self-flagellation, right? But there's an awful lot of change and grounding our feet in the dirt stuff, that takes a lot of guts. Whatever this is, it's taken a lot of guts, and it feels really right. That doesn't mean it's not scary, and it doesn't mean that it doesn't burn when some of those conventional morons, mark our absolute bliss and comfortability with ourselves as wrong, and then that thing that was trained in from childhood kicks in sometimes, that whole nuns wearing a crown of thorns thing, or underwear, you know, made out of like nails or whatever they did, the self-flagellating thing. This is interesting. Okay, so then we have, in quick succession, we have the Sun, the Nine of Swords, the Page of Pentacles, and the Devil. And personally, because of what I have seen so far, I would interpret like the next little bit of what I'm seeing as sort of, you know, how balanced, like how the pendulum swings when you're trying to like find equal, you know, get your equilibrium solidly, you know, planted, right? And so, you know, when we are so far off from where we want to be, so we got to swing the pendulum that way, and we, you know, we by far overswing, right? Trying to make sure where we're going. So there's a lot of sort of adjustments needing to be made with the pendulum. And so, you know, so 1 minute there's the Sun, right? Like, I mean, there's just no, like, look at that. Like, that is just like, I am once again where I'm supposed to be, and perhaps even with who I'm supposed to be with, whether this is a representation of another aspect of yourself or an actual humans person. You know, this is absolute bliss. But the next card we have is the Knight of Swords. You know, this little guy who's in bed. Look at there. He's on his bed of nails. And he's up, and there's spooky things in the night, right? And, you know, to me, this looks like adjustment. This looks like, you know, that whole teeter-totter effect of trying to, you know, trying to find what our middle is, our middle grounds. And, you know, this is still connected to, you know, our friend self-sabotage, you know, in a major way, but it also is extremely telling in the way it presents, right? So here it was like, oh, a whisper, like we self-sabotage, you know, and self-punish, right? You said sabotage, but there's punishment too, right? Like, right, and we have this absolute bliss, but then when either it's so good, like it's like this freedom and this bliss is so good that like we just can't even believe that it exists for us, and oh my gosh, we can't even believe it exists for us, so maybe we're delusional, right? And so, you know, that fear just absolutely creeps in, you know, and it looks like every boogeyman that, you know, anybody ever made up for you to be afraid of. But then there's this bed of nails, where you know, anytime there's doubt, there's a little bit of self-punishment. And, you know, I'm not a shrink, but I assume that's because there used to be punishment coming from elsewhere, and there's just a pretty heavy energy that's still settled, and a system still in place, you know, in your psyche. But, you know, like it really does. It looks like, even though it's a pretty big swing, you know, it looks like seeking equilibrium. And then again, so like that's almost like these two, and then the next two. This is almost the way it's presented, like our dreaming life, right? Okay, wait. No. Okay, I'm sorry. I was like, no, what happened? Okay. This is almost like our dreaming life, right? Like bliss, 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 bliss. You know, look at that. Like that looks like a dream, you know, and this is the nightmare. This is sort of nighttime, you know. This is nighttime, and this is our imagination, right? And then here's daytime, sort of the same thing, right? But a little more rooted in reality. So we've got the Page of Pentacles, right? And she is living her own life, standing, you know, with her feet firmly on, well, I think it's meant to be on the ground right now. It looks like firmly on the tree based on the way the drawing is done. But she is reaping what she's sown, and she has a harvest here. She has a harvest here. She has, this is not, and just look the way she looks at it. This is also a labor of love. This is just not out of necessity exclusively. This is a labor of love. And this is our waking, this is a lot of our waking time, where stuff is really happening. But here's the devil. Here's our friend the devil, right? Which is the temptation. Is the temptation to slip, is is like, wanting to be able to not focus, interest in escapism. All of those things are here, right? And of course, when you're working so hard on the form, you know there's going to be there's going to be some burnout, and there's going to be some desire for the chaos we left, even though what we left might have been like super uber structured and sort of like psychopathic. It still was chaotic. And that stuff doesn't leave your bloodstream. It doesn't. You can be running in the sun with your lover, whether that's a metaphoric lover and it's the inside of you, or it's your ancestors, or it's a real lover, or it's a best friend. Doesn't matter. We're running in the sun with our lover, but and we're happy, and we are working hard, we're focused, and we are accomplishing things. And even you even seem to be like, yes, able to focus in and to tune in on, look at what I've done, look at what I've managed to do. But that chaos just doesn't, it doesn't leave your bloodstream. I don't know, and I think other people in this room would say, because they were in situations like that, what do you do? What do you do when, like, chromosomally speaking, you're built out of chaos? You're built out of this stuff. It's what they fed you, and it's what they gave you to read, and that was the chaos. And then you learned to, or all of us, universal you, right, learned how to escape from their gilded, unpadded isolation cell. And so escapism became a way to get away from that, but it also is a reflection of the chaos, from the past, right? So it was both a coping mechanism and a poison that your whole body was built on. Nighttime is still not the ease it once was. Almost still gets a little antsy and uncomfortable. Built out of chaos is a perfect description. Yeah. I mean, I feel it, like I feel it on a cellular level, that you were fed chaos food, and you drank chaos water, and you slept on a chaos bed and read chaos books. And so even though miraculously you really have at least a big significant handle on who you are, what you want, what you came here this time for, all of those things, right? You still can't fight City Hall, and all of your pores, are exhaling that chaos. And it is addictive, and it is a drug, and you've got to go find it again. Yep. Yeah. I know it pretty well. So do our other friends in this room here. So then, for this general read, they had me just put some of these others aside. So I haven't even looked at them yet. So hold on here. Let's put these down on top of here for a second. Oh, okay. I think, okay. And again, I'm interpreting for a person from a busy room, but so, okay. So these were support cards for this situation. And one was the Eight of Wands upright. Sure you can see the hand she's holding as she tries to run across the suspension bridge. And then the King of Cups, but inverted. Right. And then, if you lay this over that first wave of cards, the thing I would say, if I were to interpret this, is the gaslighting is real. The gaslighting is real. And it overlaid everything, all those picturesque mousetraps that you moved away from, but it overlaid all of them, right? And look at this. Like, she's like, let's run across here. Let's run across here. Hold my hand together. We'll have this freedom. And he's like, yes, I'm an emotional master. I'm the king of emotions. Fucking lied to you. No, I'm not. I'm supposed to be. But I'm not. Right? She ran across this bridge holding that hand to get on this fucking boat to sail away to freedom, thinking she was getting on with this human. And this is the human she was stuck on the boat with. I don't even know the details, and I'm very sorry. So here we are. We're labored into a new world. We're finding ourselves. We're finding our tribe. There is okay. So then these support cards for sort of that next row, right, where you're giving birth to your new life, your new self. You're very, like, this person's extremely comfortable in their skin and unashamed. They're finding their tribe. There is a little tendency to self-abuse, when that doubt gets in, right? And all of that is really true. But because the gaslighting was real, and because you are cellularly made up of chaos, your world is on fire. Her mouth is on fire. The grass is on fire. There's a rainbow there. Her dress is pretty. She's got a pretty nice pedicure. Everything's on fucking fire. And it's that juxtaposition of like, oh my gosh, this freedom. And then that invisible collar, right, that goes to that electric fence. Even though it's been disconnected, right? Like, it's like you remember it. It's still, like you made it out, but you're still wearing the collar and you're just convinced it's going to set you on fire again. And to me, this looks like even this next card, the Eight of Pentacles, especially just based on how this one is presented, right? This, to me, in terms of the way these two are interrelating, looks like almost the freaking complete opposite of this, right? Almost the complete opposite of this. But when this is what your nervous system tells you, even though you're sitting around like this with a tribe like this, because of that other stuff, this is what your nervous system tells you. And so this is amazing and probably really true and genuine, and you can't trust it at all. And that's not because of either person in this picture, it's because of this and this fucker, whoever these people are. Let's see what our last support cards were. Interesting. So the support cards for that last row, which started off with the sun, right? The first support card is the moon. Now it's not inverted or anything, but it's the moon, right? Which I'm Cancerian, and I'm a moon lover, and I'm a water sign, right? And so sometimes I get a little pouty about sometimes how the moon is represented in tarot. But to me, these things juxtaposed on top of these, where we were talking about the sun, but also the nightmare on the bed of nails, right? The reaping, but also, the self-punishment, chaos, necessity, right? When you lay these support cards on top of that, to me, it's a positive, like this end of the story feels positive in the sense that it doesn't look like they lived happily ever after, but what it looks like is healing, right? So, the moon is one of the support cards. And even though there's a lot of stuff out there in the darkness, in this particular card, she's still able to focus on the light. Yeah, I hope she comes back too. I love you, Cat. And so we're planning on the 19th, right? Let me put that on my calendar before my tired brain just like, hold on one second here. Cat, I'm going to put it down temporarily as Cat, David, and Joe. 4 p.m. Okay, it made it to the calendar, so yeah, please stay in touch because you know me and my brain. And right now the pain is like a some sort of like dosing date rape drug. Like I just forget pretty quickly from the searing pain. So please remind. Sleep beautifully. And you kiss those doggies for us. Those 2 little doggies, those Fraser doggies. Yes, David's Angels. Absolutely. That's something we need to get together and make sure we do in advance so that like we know that we send them an invitation to that kamikaze party we're throwing. I hope we're not too horrible as human beings. Good night. I love you. I hope you feel good and stuff until we talk again. So yeah, so she's fully able to, there's all the stuff in the dark, but she's staying focused on the light, right? Like staying focused on the light. Right? And that's an intentional thing. That's an intentional desire for healing in spite of all of the other things. And then there's Knight of Swords, and this is the Knight of Swords in this particular deck. Look at that. Look at her riding that dragon. And it's interesting too because it's interpersonal. Like the I would interpret it in this reading as like the best one of my best sources of defense is my genuine loving connection to this beautiful, majestic creature that I somehow have stumbled across. And that either could be a part of yourself, it could be a person, it could be a group, it could be a concept in the universe, like a deity or, but I think it's interesting, that this is an extremely powerful beast and they are in perfect harmony. And it is the bond and it is the relationship that makes them powerful together. And so there's all that other stuff, but we're keeping focused on the light. We're not looking at the boogeyman in the dark. There are slips and falls, there's cellular chaos, but like it's looking like the healing looks pretty good. If we can keep looking at the light, if we can really remember that teamwork makes the dream work, whether that's just literally with ourselves, other parts of ourselves, or, other humans, other beings, other animals, something in the world. And that's not always an easy concept in chaos, and it seems pretty mastered. You seem to get that unity is the way. Unity is the way you're going to heal yourself out of all of this. And I think that's really pretty, actually. It's a really pretty message from your guides, if you ask me. And then the last sort of support card was the Four of Cups. And what I sort of see here in this particular layout, the way this works here, is here you see, they're all like there at the party, and then she's back there in the water. Now that could look like isolation, right? But to me, what it looks like is there's a whole bunch of people here who've taken their inner children out for a picnic, right? And they're pretty practiced at cooperating and collaborating with their inner children, right? And so, they can sort of stay up on the vegetation and kick it and be together, and it's not too complex for them. Probably they've had a similar journey, but like they've been doing it for a little bit longer or something to that effect. And now I would interpret this potentially as you, but she's with the right group of other inner children. She, instead of avoiding water, which is all the emotions and all the healing that needs to happen, right? She's floating right there in it. She is smiling. She doesn't look like, oh, I wish I could be on that lily pad. She looks like, I'm real close. I'm real close to the other inner children, right? And the water is really calm. And I'm not afraid to wade in and deal with it. And gosh, I'm pretty close to where I'm supposed to be, and everything's okay. They're still healing. We need to work our way over to the lily pad, but things are pretty, they're more okay than our chaos cells want us to believe. They lie to us, right? They lie to us. But at the end of the day, our angels say, don't worry. This is where we are. Now, I don't know how far off that is. I don't know if you need to ask questions or tell me where the storyline snapped off from the real thing. But please let me know so that we can resolve anything you need resolved if you have questions. I think you have some pretty sweet guides. I think you're probably a pretty sweet-hearted person too. Just energetically, that's how it seems. But you have some pretty sweet guides, because that's a lot. Like, I'm a nosy person, right? I can think of a myriad of different situations that this stuff could apply to. But the truth of the matter is, it doesn't matter if what you're seeking is your freedom and your happiness. And they're saying it's been rough, and they're saying you were just super lied to. And of course there are questions, and of course things feel like on fire. But man, they ended that love note to you with a lot of sweetness and gentility. And that's a pretty good sign. I certainly would prefer this to ever having to be in a boat with this guy again. Is everyone dead? I don't wish you dead. I'm just saying it got really quiet. The world would be a better place if there were more people like you and Kat and the others in the circle. That's nice. And then what does that mean, Claudia? She is what I know of her. What does that mean? Have I told you my mother's name is Claudia? Claudia? I don't know if I've told you that. Hold on. That's very good. You did an excellent job. My only question for my guides: do they agree and support me not having any contact with my family members that were problematic and moving on without them? Okay, we can do that with the rods. Hold on one second here. Oh, joints. Why we all can't be made out of rubber like Gumby. We got shafted, man. Here, you little bird. I should have tucked you in a while ago. Put these away so we can get the rods out. Where is it? Right before I put it away. Put that here. Where is it? Where is it? I love this one. This is how they did this is just not related to anything at all, but this is how they did the levers on this deck, and I just love this so much. It's very complicated. Adam and Eve and snake and serpentine vibes, but it's very beautifully done. It's a cool ass deck. It'll be interesting what the rods say, because I'm hearing some stuff, but I'm curious about the accuracy. Hold on here. Okay, rods, where are you, babies? It's very good. You did an excellent job. My only question for you guys: do they agree and support me not having contact with my family members that were problematic and moving on without them? So, what I heard, and then we're going to get some confirmations or ask some questions with the rods. What I heard was on the whole, absolutely yes, right? There may be one or two people that in the future, down the road, surprise you, because your emancipation might eventually lead to theirs. Is that what I'm hearing? Yes. Okay, that was a loud yes. So right now, and we'll confirm it with rods, because the rods could say, ha ha ha, you heard that wrong, woman. But we'll see. But what I'm hearing is they're saying, absolutely, you get out of there. You love yourself, and in this situation, loving yourself might look an awful lot like not having to be around some people, no matter how complex it is. But there is something on the wind about how your liberty will eventually encourage the liberty in a few others, and you may be surprised that down the road there are a few you see again you don't expect to see. There's that forgiveness card. That issue comes in mind often. However, the other people involved refuse to have any understanding of the situation. My view refuses to see their part. One, forgiveness has nothing to do with whether you ever see them again, Forgiveness is, at the end of the day, it's for you, so that you don't have to carry around the weight of their memories or deeds or whatever, right? So there can be forgiveness and there can be peace, and that doesn't mean you have to engage or welcome them into your safe space in any way, shape, or form. Things return to what it used to be. To me, that's impossible. It's a non-starter. Okay, so let's ask here. Hi there. That was pretty quick. Do we have Archangel on the line here? Oh, thank you. Thank you. Are you from you're with me, right? You're from Archangel Gabriel's group, right? Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much for the hug. You guys give the best hugs from that group, man. So the question sort of is, let's go back up to get it correct. Do they agree and support me not having any contact with my family members that were problematic and moving on without them? Let me see where I can see the question. First question, of course, you're in Gabriel's group. Do you love and respect Source, God, Allah? Thank you very much. Okay, so this question is for Midnight Baker. Are we allowed to ask questions for Midnight Baker? Big yes. Thank you so much. Okay. And the question, and I'll break it down so we can answer it in yes and no's, is do they agree? Do you guys agree and support not having any contact with family members that were problematic and moving on without them? Okay. So the question is, from your perspective, from your all loving, way above, where we can see perspective, in your opinion, do you think it's a good idea for Midnight to continue with having no ties to problematic family members? Yes, that's allowed, and supportive. Yes, they agree that it is a good idea to not have contact with family members that were problematic. Okay, so do they agree and support me? Okay, so just to clarify again, do you believe that it is in Midnight's best interest to keep ties severed with the problematic family member? Yes. Okay. Now, the other question is, are you always at all times able to, wanting to, and believing it is right to send her love and support in not only her individual endeavors, but in her determination to continue to keep those ties disconnected? Yes, you will always support and love her through that. In your opinion, is it still a wise choice, a wise and healthy choice for her to remain severed and disconnected from the problematic family members? Yes. Okay. Thank you for the yes. I wanted to clarify. Okay. And it's sort of part of the same question, but maintaining those that disconnect. And then also, do you think from your perspective of love and wisdom that it is wise to not only keep it separate, but to proceed forward and move on wholeheartedly without them? That's a big yes. Okay. Thank you so much. I acknowledge that yes, and we're grateful for that yes. And then was there anything to the stuff that I heard earlier? Was that you guys? Did you guys send information to the effect that, well, first of all, did you send me the information that right now it is fine and wonderful and a wise choice for her to keep those relationships severed and disconnected? Yes. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry. I've asked it a lot of ways, so I want to make sure. And then were you also sending the message that sometime from now, there may be some people that follow Midnight's example and free themselves from the same type of oppressive conditions that she is freeing herself from? Yes. Okay. Do you foresee from your vantage point that there will come a time where she is completely healthfully able to reconnect to some degree with the people that, just like her, have severed ties with the toxic? And yes. Okay. So we're not saying when, and we're not saying it's would you say it is mandatory if they free themselves that she spend time with them? No. Right. You're just saying, just to clarify, that there may be some that really are grateful to her for opening that door of escape for them. Oh, big yes. So is it fair to say that you guys would say to her, you're not just freeing yourself, you're saving some other people that are going to come through that door behind you? Is that fair to say? Yes. Thank you for that. Yes. So there will be some people with whom she may potentially be reunited in some capacity or other down the line in this life. Yes. Okay. And hold on here. This way. Okay. Specific. So it's okay to not having no contact whatsoever with all three members. All right. Is it okay to ask an extremely specific question? Okay, thank you. So the question is, from your wise perspective and loving perspective, is it okay in your eyes and in your best at giving advice for her to have absolutely no contact whatsoever with the three people she's currently indicating at this time? Yes. Do you see from your wise standpoint that in the near future that will, do you see any time in the near future that might change up on her and she will have to reconsider her stance on keeping separate from them? No, I didn't think so. So once more to reiterate, do you think it's problematic for her to maintain absolutely no contact with the three people she's indicating and referring to now? It's absolutely fine. It's absolutely fine. Okay. If the blowback is something harsh, horrible, difficult to endure, would you advise her to reconnect with the three people she's referring to at this time? No. Would you advise her at any time, based on the blowback and reactions, to connect to those people at all? No. Do you have any other questions? Somebody just said, you're doing so well. You're doing so well. Whatever this is hard and it's heartbreaking, even if they are people that you disagree with or who have been terrible to you, and you're doing so well. Matter of fact, let's see. Did I hear you correctly? Did you guys just say she's doing so well? Yes. Is it fair to say that whatever the situation is, that it's been extremely challenging for her? Yes. And is it fair to say you think it is right, just, fair, and kind for her to follow what she believes is correct and to sever with all those that would keep her restricted into a life of their choosing? Yes. Are you proud of her? Oh, it's going to be a big yes. Yes. Will she find more support and more tribe members with every passing month as she moves away from this situation? Yes. Is it always going to be perfectly easy? We already know the answer. No. But you're proud, right, of her and the things and she's doing and the choices she's making. Yeah. Would you guys be willing to show her with the rods that you love her? Okay. So since you are something like an angelic being, is that accurate? Yes. Can you open and close the rods 3 times to show Midnight that she is eternally loved and supported by you guys? 1, 2, 3. And then they straightened it out perfectly. Thank you so much for your help and your love and your support. We appreciate you so much. Have a wonderful evening. Should we all go rest now and just relax and take care of ourselves? Yes. Thank you so much for your blessings and your help. Oh, hold on. Can you be more specific? About the moving? Like, is there any specificity? Like, is it okay? Like, is it a good idea to move far away, or do you just mean move anywhere? I'll just ask the question. I'm sorry, guys. Thank you so much. Are we okay? Hold on, we're loading. Thank you very much. Is it, in your opinion, at this time, a good idea for Midnight to move? Yes. Is it in your opinion that she needs to move far, far away? No. Is it your opinion that if she just relocates a little bit, it would be a wise choice? Yes. Is it your opinion that if she relocates even just a little bit, that she will be safe in the new place she relocates to? Yes. Do you guys believe that it is that if she moves away, it's an even better idea to move out of state? No. Do you think it's a terrible idea to move out of state? No. But do you feel like it's just pretty much the same as long as there is relocation of some kind? Not quite. Sort of a little yes. Should she move out of the city she is in? No. Is she safe? And will she be safe, sane, and protected if she remains in the same city? Yes. And once again, do you perceive moving out of state to be a good idea at this time for Midnight? No. Do you perceive moving out of state to be a good idea at some point for Midnight? Sure. Okay. Would you say it would be wise for her to stay in the same state for the next year? No. The next 6 months? Yeah. The next 2 years? No. Okay, so right now it sounded like moving out of state immediately, like within 6 months, doesn't seem like maybe wise. I don't know if it's like ducks in a row situation, but they did seem to indicate that as long as you relocated, even if you were sort of nearby, that they believe you'll be safe. And then it seemed like after about the 6-month mark, they didn't have as much resistance to you moving out of state. Claudia got kind of similar results. They advised her to stay sort of in her general area for about 9-10 months, and then said relocation would be more advisable at that time. Now, in your case, they say it's advisable to relocate. You just don't have to go far. I think I have a temperature, Joe. I'm having some sort of like breathing issues here. Or maybe it's pain. Oh, I know what I need. Okay. I know what I need. I haven't taken any lorazepam, so that's a seizure warning situation here. Okay. Good. I hope so. I trust them. I believe that they love us pretty unconditionally. And, even though they have a way more expanded perspective on the world and they see things we can't see, I think they do try really hard to love us in our simple little plebeian human state. I hope it helps. Yeah. Who knows? I don't know. I don't know where you guys are. I know right now where Lake Claudia is, but it's interesting that you guys both have sort of a timetable moving. It's okay. I've got a lot of chronic illness things, pain things. And then you add, a broken jaw on top of that kind of nonsense. And, nothing's perfect, man. Hopefully I'll get it figured out. I probably just sat wrong. Old lady body kind of nonsense. So I don't, because I was just trying, especially because we don't know each other, and I've not even been able to interact with you enough to pick up on your energy markers. I, always try to really rely on my guides in those scenarios because they're really the smart ones in the situation anyway. So I know there's a million things that could fit the story that I just saw unfold, but I think that regardless of what it is, clearly you're making a brave choice, in order to live what feels to you to be a far more authentic life, and that's really admirable. And it's not ever as easy to do as people might think. Now, do you read cards? What is your relation to this type of stuff? Oh, hold on. I'll come back and read it in a second. Just realized I need to turn the heat on for this sweet little bird here. I'll be right back. Sweet pieces, can you move on and catch you in, okay? Poor baby bird. Where are you, sweetness? There you are, okay. I can touch you in beaks, okay? You get warm. Be a nice warm beaky. Cheeky beaks. Good baby. There you go. It's gonna get warmer beaks, okay? I'm sorry that it's cold. So so sorry. Okay, let's move this for a second here. There we go, Beaks. You hear the heat? It's turning on just for you, girl. It's turning on for the baby Beaks, so freaks. Oh, I hear you singing your bird song. It's so nice. Not at all. I have no idea how I discovered tarot in the first place. Didn't know YouTube had more than music and videos. And now clock your toe. So you guys, you and Wolf and Claudia, you guys all met in the Mermaid's Trove, basically. Is that and then out of curiosity, when you went there for the first time, was it because you were following a certain case in the news? That's how a lot of us wound up on that channel initially, like following one case or another, because she does, or at least sometimes does true crime readings, or you know, tries, or however, I'm not sure how I want to phrase it, to be honest, but true crime readings are an endeavor there. There we go. And was it Summer Wells for you? Hold on, I'll be right back. I'm sorry. I just want to move this stuff around so that I can settle in here. Put ice on my face. Was it Summer Wells that took you there, or somebody else? Because a lot of us first came in that door on the Summer Wells case. What's up, Claudia? Right before summer, yeah. I went in for the summer case, and for me, I've read for things like that before, but it was, like way before I was on the internet, and it would be for local things where I was invited, into the scenario. I feel sometimes pretty torn about reading those situations uninvited. And so, of course, I'm always really curious like everyone else, but I don't always know. I think I'm going to wind up doing one, like a reading now, though, and it's unusual for me to feel pulled to do that. But for me, it's going to be, I think I'm going to read about Twitch, about Stephen Boss. I feel really pulled to that. Now, of course, I'm watching the Idaho 4 like crazy. You're in there a year ago, Claudia. I think I look. So what is this? This is December. I think I was around. Yeah, I started coming around in like July of 2021 to that room. Now I was primarily gone within about 6 months or less, but thank goodness met so many wonderful people. Yeah. Summer brought me in, and brought Pixie in, and brought Kat in. I know that. We all came in around the same time. And Amanda. Joseph, of course, was already there. He's an in and out staple. Yeah, I bet you, because you were trying to stay awake to be the amazing nurse that you have been that you have, were being for such a long time. YouTube world was totally new to me. Then looking at researching true crime cases, then what is this tarot thing? I thought it's good for other possibilities of what could have happened. Yeah, I think, I'm clearly somebody that drinks the Kool-Aid on on the metaphysical stuff. However, I think if it's used properly, even if people don't have like say a raging connection like to source or other energies like angels or spirit guides or whatever, still tarot can be an amazing way to, like you said, consider your options, to have a conversation with yourself, and to explore what you sort of think and feel about things. Um, and especially like if there's if it's pandemic, or if just there's a time in your life where you're a little isolated, or even if you're not isolated but there's certain people you can't talk to about the things you need to discuss, it's a great way of sort of having a slower paced conversation with yourself, and then you can consider what's in front of you and whether you think that fits your scenario or not, and sort of like a self-discovery tool. You've been on Facebook for a few years. I mean, I'm a diehard interneter, like I was a chat room junkie, like really early on. And I had my first like YouTube channel was about all my chronic illness stuff. And I had, a couple thousand followers there, and it was really healing to be able to talk to other people with a lot of the same things. And if you're a complex case, doctors don't always really talk to you directly, but the other patients you can learn a lot from. So I do love, I love that, especially initially about YouTube, that instead of having to BS around and wait to get answers from people that didn't necessarily want to give me answers, I could go straight to other people as a source, and also learn so many, things, like way easier than an encyclopedia. I had no idea what tarot cards were. Okay, I think Wolf is up because it looks like she's up and saying, I'll be happy to send them. So Baker, I think she's getting ready to send you like your 3 little angel cards and your forgiveness card. Well, that's why that's why I asked what's your relation to energies like this, because not because I felt like you were being like a super spy or sleuth or whatever, but I can sort of feel some energy, um, like a sort of an energy of understanding in relation to some of the things that might go on with things like perhaps ghosts or sort of alternate forms of communication with the universe type stuff. Okay, good. I'm glad she did. I'm very, very, very glad. Because, yeah, she was going to bed when we were coming on, but she was like, can midnight come? I was like, well, it's public. So, yeah. Hi, Joe. Yeah, we're about to wrap it up.
Oh, so I just came for the end then.
Yeah.
Do
If
you
you'll
have this?
notice, we've been live for 6 hours and 15
Oh
minutes.
yeah, oh yeah.
I think I want to like eat and I don't
No,
know.
that's what I just asked. Do you still have dessert?
I just never eat my big girl food, so I need to figure that one out.
Yeah. Mm.
Mm. Ow!
What happened?
It's rolled out of its carrier and clocked me, but good. It's not lightweight. Wish I had more connection. The mystery is driving me crazy. It's so funny you say that with Gus. My first experience with ND at 4 when I drowned, so I guess you gotta understand. I mean, yeah, surely. Um, I mean, I think you connect. I'm sure you must have connected to some energies that you didn't fear, likely, and you saw some things, which is amazing. And so then I'm sure, like, even if it wasn't a particular interest of yours or whatever, like, when you then recognize that same type of energy engaging with people or with the world at large or whatever, I'm sure you sort of felt it, because you had seen it and touched it and tasted it and heard it, um, and your energy does feel connected to it. Or that you mean you could talk about it, Claudia? Angel experiences that didn't know others, or yeah. It's so funny because I was the opposite. Like, I just made the assumption when I was like talking to dead people and petting dead dogs and things that that's what everybody was doing. Because when you're a kid, you think, well, it's happening to me, so it's happening to everyone else until you get a few weird ass mean stares. Oh, before I was fully like indoctrinated and force fed. That's good though. Then, but you were able to approach. I mean, I'm sorry you had that happened to you. But at the same time, you were able to approach that near death experience with like a open mind that likely wasn't like fearful. Especially for such a young person, right? It was like, hey, everything's pretty fine. Like, yeah. And also at 4, what words would you even think to use? I struggled with what I could see once I realized other people weren't also seeing it, right? It was like, well, how do I describe you? Something that I see and understand as plain as the nose on your face, but you don't see it. So, and then of course that automatically makes you crazy. You were probably smarter than me just by nature if you didn't speak about it because you knew these other people don't know anything. Like, how about I just shut up? They're gonna call me crazy. I just kept telling people and letting them call me crazy because not smart. I've been out of my body and astral projected a lot, and I've had a couple of events that I think like were sort of like, I don't know. Slightly different astral projection, but not no NDE at the time of any kind. Not a good idea. just write this down somewhere. Today is just now the 16th. Well, not just now, but we're like 4 hours into the 16th. Wow, so you just passed your anniversary. See, you guys are in the NDE club. Have you guys talked about it before, ever? So, ladies, thank you so much for coming. I really would, I hope, of course, to talk to you both more in the future. I know I'm not consistently streaming these days just because I'm trying to work and be sick and all that stuff, but it was fantastic to meet you, Miss Baker. And of course, always good to see you, Miss Claudia, but I'm tired. I've been streaming for 6.5 hours and I need to like force myself to go and self-care and let Joe tell me that like I should have done it 2 hours ago. So love and light. I'm gonna kill the stream pretty fast only because I gotta take care of it. But it's been real and it's been fun. It's been real fun. Lovely to meet you, and I really look forward to seeing you again.